think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far, but at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie, they just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive, how have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974.
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me, you don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. I stand back and I watch you explore imperfect visions like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. 24/7 to pretend it like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to move. Now
Oh, we are back from our cryostasis once again, and let me tell you, CB, I am so hungry. Not only just hungry for competition, but there's just something missing from my life. Honestly,
Is
there's
it
a void.
is it Wenzel's Meat Sticks or is
It
it
is
more Marvel
Wenzel's Meat
Rivals action?
Sticks.
Okay, I figured as much, but I'm still hungry for some Marvel Rivals action
Oh,
myself.
yeah,
A
that's
nice
fair, I
Wenzel's
guess.
Meat Stick on the side might also kind of help keep me appetized, but the main course today is going to be back-to-back banger games with implications that could ripple across the entire division, as after this, we've only got 1 week of play left in the regular season, and then it's playoff time, and we're gonna have to take a look at the standings to see where everyone ends up shaking out. But right now, we're going to be kicking things off with Indiana Tech versus UTD.
That's right, an even scoreline for both these teams so far in the league, 3-2 for each. This will be the make or break moment for one of these two teams. And let me tell you, there's no amount of Wenzel's Meat Sticks in the world, even though I would like to say otherwise, that could help break this tie for one of these teams. They're going to have to go through it with raw force.
Yeah, and competition, especially in this division, in this group, is heating up. You know, we look at teams like UTD and some of their losses coming to the likes of Fisher and Mizzou, who have are boasting some stacked rosters and up towards the top. But even those teams aren't necessarily perfect. And then Indiana Tech, who we saw last week, 2 weeks ago. It feels like it was just last week, but you and I casted this team just a couple weeks ago.
Cryostasis, remember?
Yeah, it's like we just came fresh out. But we saw this team just walk right over what was it, Georgia Tech Gold, a team that we also kind of had high hopes for. So top to bottom, this whole division is stacked, and one of these teams will still have the opportunity to make it to playoffs. The other, I think, is going to be slipping a little bit further down and will only have one further chance at redemption, if that. But with how tight it's getting, I don't like anyone's chances if they're not in that upper half.
Yeah, it's really hard to make a prediction here of which team's going to make it out here on top tonight. Both these teams, like we mentioned, very even score lines, have performed very well in their respective games, regardless of a win or loss throughout the entire season. But we've also had those kinds of upsets, CB, and I wouldn't be surprised that if both these teams have done their proper homework, we could go all the way through the whole gambit of a game 5.
And something else I think that's worth bringing up is I believe at this point now we are in the 4.5 patch just as we were last time around, but this time Daredevils should be allowed for play. So we might actually see something a little bit different from the likes of Indiana Tech from we saw from the last time around. Might see them change up their strategy, might see them just go back to Old Faithful, but we did also see a lot of teams leveraging things like the Hell and Namor team up to try and lock in that DPS line. We did also see a lot of Venom, a lot of Jeff. We've seen a lot of it all over the place, and also a lot of Adam Warlock. And the Adam Warlock specifically, if I remember last week, was a real game changer for the teams that leveraged it. I'm curious to see where we go this time around. Is once again, the game state has changed for these teams.
That's right. There was not a lot of backline fighting for the rivaling teams last week. I would like to see maybe a change-up where there could be more of that backline control. And honestly, a good solution to that could be the Daredevil.
Daredevil is quite strong in the right hands, especially if he gets access to your backline. And that ultimate is, again, it's one of those ultimates that's very much so like a psionic seduction. It draws your attention in. It makes you have to look at him and have to deal with him. Otherwise, he's just going to wreak havoc over said backline. We're going to be kicking things off today on Hell's Heaven, which not the best map for Daredevil, but
or in general,
still does have some. I like Hell's Heaven. I think it's
Sure.
it's my favorite domination map personally.
How does it feel to not have any taste buds?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Everything just tastes like slop to me. It's
Oh.
great. I get my nourishment. I go about my day. I don't worry about things like taste.
You just think about Hell's Heaven all day long. Well, I'll tell you, anyone that's
I
a
smile.
big fan of taste doesn't like Hell's Heaven, but they surely love Wenzel's Meat Sticks. But let me tell you this, right, CB? If we have Daredevil now in contention, we know the big team up with Hela and Namor as well. I think everything's just pointing towards a Namor ban this time around instead of just Hela.
Personally, I kind of feel like Hela is just the smarter band because of those three, Hela is the strongest just on her own right now. She's gotten a fair bit of buffs. She's a lot more escapable with the buffs to her birds, and also just, with the, again, Phoenix being shot dead in the ditch, Hela is just kind of the dominant hit scan right now. So if you ban her, you don't have to worry about the team up with Namor, and you also don't have to worry so much about, playing at long distances. You still will have to worry about Namor and the neutral, who is still pretty strong, to be completely honest with you. And some teams have still been able to leverage him even without the team ups. But for the most part, homie is a team up merchant, and without it, he is nothing.
Oh, I don't know. I think his monsters are pretty strong. I could see a reality where now that Daredevil's available, we'll see teams lean into heavy dive a lot more, especially with Hell's Heaven being, a domination map. It can be very snowball focused. What's to stop a team from banning out Namor and rocking, say, a magic Daredevil combo and rushing down teams, right?
I will tell you what's to stop it. It's a little friend called Bucky Barnes, Winter Soldier, who is
Buckard Barnes could try.
Yep. He's as strong as Daredevil is. I'm still of the mind that Winter Soldier is just the most OP DPS in the game right now. Like, Homie's got the duelist role on lockdown right now, and even though he's not like a must pick, he's one of those heroes that feels like he's just strong enough where more people should be banning him, or should be thinking about giving him a ban. But he sometimes makes it through, and when he does, he takes over a lobby in ways that no other duelist, except for potentially Psylocke, has the ability to do. But speaking of taking over games, we already know one type of game that we are not going to be seeing, and it's going to be Adam Warlock banned right out the gates, and an interesting response with a Daredevil ban.
All of our posturing, Indiana Tech is like, we don't even want to bother playing with the new guy. We don't want to see him in action at all. Luna and Jeff are immediately reserved in response to the Adam Warlock ban. You got to do something for the backline, keep that afloat. Venom banned as well. UTD is going for a very interesting anti-Warlock, anti-dive approach.
Well, I think they're kind of taking out all the things that are strong. You know, Jeff is, again, strong on his own, but you're taking out the symbiote shenanigans team up by banning the Venom. I think Venom is always a smart ban, so I'll take it. You know, at the very least, if you're going to have to deal with a Jeff, you're going to be able to get away with a Jeff that doesn't have that extra little bit of HP, doesn't have that extra bit of burst healing, and, you know, that's also going to translate to fewer Jeff ultimates that you have to try and worry about.
Oh, a Mantis as well. I think she's very strong on domination. She has a lot more flexibility in off-angling, and if you don't have DPSs worrying about her in the backline, there's less incentive than, say, on a convoy map for her to backline and be a huge threat into things. So, good pseudo DPS role alongside the Jeff. I imagine now we're probably going to see maybe the triple strat 1 DPS double Vanguard meta coming out from Indiana Tech. I'm not too sure.
Curious as to what that misprotect was meant to be, but you know, it might all be for naught. Rocket Raccoon on the ban there. Interesting. Like, I understand the Animal Crossing backline is kind of strong right now, but with the Mantis Protect, you're kind of like scratching your head. I guess you're just trying to take away some of these extra options that Indiana Tech have. With the Mantis Protect, like, you do have a lot of different options. It's all going to be, you know, involving triple strategists, but hey, you know, we've also seen some teams leverage, you know, leverage the team up with the Groot, which also managed to make it past the ban phase. So you know, there's a lot of options here. We haven't seen a lot of Ultron lately, but you know, he is always strong as well when paired up with the Mantis. I don't think you're gonna go for Jeff Mantis Ultron, but hey, you know what?
You could.
It
is physically possible that you can.
It's not advised. You could do it. Should you is another question. It looks like we are gonna see the Luna as that third strategist for the lineup there. Luna, Mantis, Jeff, and this is going to be very heavily investing into this Star-Lord, who's most likely going to get the Idol, get a lot of the seeds coming out from Jonga, and then Kerbo is just going to be kind of, you know, off on an adventure.
I gotta worry about Soldier Report just a little bit, is if this Star-Lord falters, and especially if the Vanguards falter within the first, let's say 45 seconds, this is not going to be a team comp that works. You're really looking to open things up either with the Soldier Report Star-Lord off-angling, or he's going to have to farm up his Intergalactic Legend as soon as humanly possible, CB, in order to gain an advantage and take that snowball state over UTD.
But I do think if Indiana Tech do actually get the first capture here, then, you know, this compass is going to pay off dividends, because it's another one of the situations where you're having to constantly look up to try and scout the Star-Lord before you can walk through any of the chokes. And speaking of chokes, we're going to take the fight straight to the very first one. Is Dougie going to go for a strange TP here?
Kerbo locks in the Spider-Man.
That's just going to be for a kidnap there. Yoink someone through the portal and hope to secure a KO, and indeed they do. It's Leak Code dropping first.
There we go. Very nice start to see. Raimai, of course, continues that streak going. That's going to be the Winter Soldier gone right off the rip. That slows things down tremendously. And with the amount of time it takes to contest the domination point for so long, Pedo Guy, for sure, is going to have another portal by the end of this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So that will be there for the recontest when you need it, and that's something that UTD are going to have to pay close attention to if they're even able to break through this choke to begin with. Not a great first showing for them so far, but I don't hate the composition. They have a lot of good counters to what Indiana Tech are going for. LeetCode's Meteor M is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting and try and balance between either shutting down the It's Jeff or shutting down the Galactic Legend. You can't really do both. Doge is going to have, also have to pay close attention with the strategist ultimates there. LeetCode already dead though. Again, not a great start for UTD.
No, Fate of Both Worlds, something else that LeetCode can take care of as well into the back line, but it's just so many different things that not a lot of damage could be applied to UTD either. Very strategist heavy for both of these teams, need to apply a lot of that damage. Report's gonna back away, very good start. Still taking the ball and rolling with it. Psionic Seduction set up and ready to go alongside the Fate of Both Worlds. Not activated just yet though from UTD. Waiting out these ultimates instead. Has a Psionic Seduction out from Rymai, but still 4 ults available, soon to be 5 with Rapport on the Intergalactic Legend. Will once again just keep the streak going and push back this team.
I mean, I like the discipline for UTD to not ult into that losing fight and just let Rymai pop that Psionic Seduction, let it go for free, and not respond with the Fate of Both Worlds or any other strategist ults or any offensive ults for that matter. But, it also means that Indiana Tech don't have to invest anything more than the Psionic Seduction, and Rymai's already about halfway to another one. Huge Eye of Agamotto gonna come out. I'm not sure if the follow-up is there, but it's Jeff. Damn sure is.
Oh, it's Jeff. Oh, I'm sorry, Agamotto into the It's Jeff. A beautiful combo to see, but not gonna be enough though to convert it elsewhere. Kerbo unfortunately does fall, but it's enough to stall for time, and that's what matters most. 88%, now to 90. A chance the portal into the site is now officially gone. UTD would just simply not have enough time, and they would have to take the fight regardless. Kaifo and company, though, they did take it back, and they didn't need a portal to do it.
And they're also going to be able to hold on to that invisible boundary, so they still have a strategist ult to try and play this a little bit longer, build back up to that Fate of Both Worlds and try and get the cycle going here. And once again, now that they've lost control of the point, Rapport isn't going to have access to the skies like he really wants to. So, I mean, if this Mantis team up with the Star-Lord is going to have a tough time. You're going to use the Soul Surge to try and break through the choke here. But again, Rapport can't quite take to the skies. Now the Psionic Seduction is going to push them all right back.
Galactic Legend cannot be used at the moment. Like you said, that Psionic Seduction is out. Explosions from Ensong's Inferno. Aurora's good for 2. It's an explosion again. But UTD has so much work to make up. Indiana Tech, they can take this falter. They can hold back and peel back to their own spawn.
I don't know if I agree with Kite popping that Kraken impact there. That felt a little bit unnecessary. I mentioned that invisible boundary. Well, that's basically all you have right now. In LeetCode, I talked about the heavy lifting that this Meteor M was going to have to do. Well, I mean, look at what Indiana Tech's coming up, and the Meteor M being really your only offensive tool. That is now the understatement of the century.
Psionic Seduction is out. How can you seduce your way into the middle of hell? Well, we're about to find out with the invisible boundary as its revenging maneuver. Galactic Legend finally comes out. A Meteor M in return does not take down that guy at all. It's gonna be him, the Star-Lord, still continuing. A headshot goes down against LeetCode, and the retake has been made. Still no Doctor Strange. Eventually now Kaifo will lock him in, but not enough for a portal. Indiana Tech, besides that one hurdle, have gotten a very clean first point capture.
Yeah, again, and it goes back to just overspending on that spawn hold from UTD. I think if they would have had a couple more ultimates to try and shut down that Galactic Legend besides just the Meteor M, it's a great tool to soak up a fair bit of the damage, but only the front half of the ultimate. Once that's gone, you don't really have any tools left, and you didn't really have any offensive tools to force positioning, and you didn't have any strategist ultimates yet, so you're kind of just cooked at that point in time. That's one of the better maps for Star-Lord, or sub-maps here for Star-Lord on Hell's Heaven. As we move over onto the next, it might not be quite as advantageous here, but if you're UTD, like, you're looking at that and you're kind of feeling like, okay, we almost had that, we still have a little bit to make up, but what tools do we really have to do it? I'm kind of scratching my head here. I don't really see a lot.
Really curious to see if Kerbo's going to lock in the Spider-Man again. Maybe not even with the portal, but Rapport is going to go for the portal maneuver, it looks like. But this is a Spider-Man's heaven.
It's also going to be A lot of environmental potential here as we move on to Super Soldier Factory, but there we go. Like you said, the
this
Strange
timing.
TP going to come out. Yeah, it's catching out a lot
No
of members
Spider-Man.
of UTD. Look before you leap, my friends. You are in the wrong neighborhood.
Oh no! Anywhere you look, it's gonna be an instant fight, but Indiana Tech there met with a brunt of force. It's gonna allow St. Patrick's for UTD to go straight to the point. And now everything's a mishmash. Any which way you look, it could be an enemy. Meteor M is finally out now from Doug, but unfortunately it does not connect.
Have that Fate of Both Worlds now coming out from Twisted and Dougie trying to confirm something with this damage coming out from the Magneto. They're able to force positioning and it takes down Doge. Galactic Legend now going to come out, this time from Aurora. The trade's going out on both sides. It's a checkerboard in the KO feed, but it looks like UTD are going to be able to get the first cap here as we're going to finally see Raimi getting healed up, as a matter of fact, actually. Not able to confirm the KO is Aurora. And Psionic Seduction going to come out, but it gets canceled by Egmoe.
UTD looks so much more prepared on this second subsection than they did back on point one. They were met with a brunt of force and heavy aggression from every member of Indiana Tech. This time around, though, with no Spider-Man tricking and only a portal measure that was seemingly predicted, UTD have taken the point now at 22%. Psionic Seduction is out. Can they continue the streak? All the members of Indiana Tech are flushed away towards a choke point, and there isn't much they can do, but Kerbo tries to open it up. That's both of the Vanguards gone, but unfortunately Jeff is forced to spit them out. He has to bring his team back into the fray. Everybody else is taking damage, but through it all with very little minimal casualties, all of Indiana Tech gets the point back.
Yeah, but Egmo is going to fall early on there, and I think, yeah, at that point, UTD are going to have to abort mission there. So much aggression that comes out from Indiana Tech, though, as they pop the Soul Resurgence as well as the Sonic Seduction, and then push past the point to try and push UTD back into that little cubby there. Now we got Raimi going deep into the spawn. Late stagger KO onto Bob there. That is going to make up the deficit. 35% is all UTD have at this point in time, and Indiana Tech going to be looking to surpass it, and they got just the tools to do so. And I have Agamotto and a Meteor M both going to be on deck, and that Soul Resurgence nearly back as well.
Keep a careful on Aurora's positioning. Looking the back line now into the back of Indiana Tech and go for Galactic Legend. Focusing on the Meteor M, though, on the spawn point, forcing everyone back. Aurora now needs to use this time to snipe, but... what? There's no one around! Everyone in Indiana Tech is trying to chase Aurora, but the ult is gone!
Popping Galactic Legend just to try and sound the alarm and force positioning back, but it does work. Great sleep onto the Eye of Agamotto, and Indiana Tech gonna get the flip back over in their favor. Kite Lull is going to fall, and there we go. UTD gonna fall like dominoes. A very ambitious play from Aurora. Not sure if that was necessarily the best play. Hey, it did annoyingly get an extra about 10% on the capture percentage, but you're gonna need a lot more than that to dig yourself out of the hole that Indiana Tech can put you in.
Yeah, and again, the big tip of the spear should be Aurora on that ultimate, and the fact that it was used up with very little minimal impact outside of maybe some meta alternatives could have been good, but Aurora just fell. Now staggered with the rest of the team, UTD is forced to bring out their whole arsenal of ultimates at once to try to create some space. If not, we're seeing goodbye to game number one. That's an Eternal Bond out now. Found a little bit of extra space, but it's met up with a Psionic Seduction right after, and even before ultimates can be used up, Aurora switches back to the Wolverine in an attempt to create that space. But these Vanguards have been simply too strong.
90%. Someone is going to have to touch for the side of UTD. They've got the ults to try and win this fight. It's going to be Aurora trying to sneak back on through. Kite's going to pop the Soul Resurgence to try and get the reinforcements onto the point there. 98% in Aurora with a nice little dash there is going to be able to get online. Fate of Both Worlds is going to come out. I have Agamotto as well, but Bob is there. Perfect timing with that invisible boundary, but it's Jeff Kerbo, but the Meteor M just drops a nuke from orbit onto the fish.
Oh my god. Once again, a flurry of colors any which way you look. The attempted kidnap from Aurora does not connect, but we're coming close. This might be an opportunity at the very last second in OT for Wolverine to bring out Last Stand. Could it be a difference maker? It might not even be needed. He can hold on to this Last Stand until the next push.
And the next push, we're also going to have that Sonic Seduction as well. Oh, Raimi, yep. Caught sleeping there, and Aurora just gonna scoop you up, drop you off, a nice icy grave, and yeah, it's gonna be a late stagger, and you need all of that you can get if you're UTD, because 99 to 62%, and ooh, Rapport was going for a teleport play. We'll still be able to get it, but it's only gonna get a little bit more positioning. UTD are gonna hear that, and they're gonna know exactly where Indiana Tech are approaching as they flip the map.
Aurora's the unique factor here. Gotta watch out for that ultimate. Last Stand, baby, double kill. That's gonna be the first and the back line gone. There you go. You've lost the head. You've lost the caboose. What's Indiana Tech going to do? They're attempting to fight for the point, but they have to lick their wounds and run away.
Don't really have a whole lot of time to run away either, as we're at 90% to 99. Indiana Tech need to try and find the flip right now, but UTD are still at full strength, and they haven't fully been shunted from this point here. 97%, and a straight GP going to come out from Egmo now, but Real Twisted is going to get taken down there. Kite makes the swap onto the Angela, and it looks real good now for UTD if they can close this one out. Meteor gets blocked.
Blocked immediately, hit with a spear, down into the lava you go. Kiteful takes down Doug. And guess what? Again, Indiana Tech had found themselves staggered. It's the Angela that could be the answer alongside the Wolverine. A spear from the heavens down onto the earth. Another lavaful time. A cooked fish will meet the ends of Aurora and Egmo. But still, UTD, despite those two falling, they're holding on. Who could it be to get this OT? There's only a sliver left. Kiteful takes down Raimi. And with that, it looks like we go to point 3.
Something I really wanted to talk about at the top of the show, but I didn't really get the opportunity to do because neither of these teams were really signaling that they were Angela merchants, but Super Soldier Factory. Historically, a very, very strong map for Angela because of that environmental hazard right there and the fact that she can just fly around the point and constantly scoop people up and find environmental KOs. On that moment, it was Kite dropping P. Dougie into the drink, the nice hot drink, you know, the lava down below. And
very
so
delicious.
many other KOs that end up coming out off the back of this Angela swap. It really paid off dividends for the side of UTD, and now we're at 1-1. Going to Eldritch Monument, again, still pretty strong for Star-Lord, but I'm seeing UTD changing up the strategy a little bit. Kite now hovering over the Punisher, and Aurora making a swap over onto the Storm. 10 final blows so far, by the way, for Aurora. Homie is playing Mystery Heroes and has touched just about every single duelist on the roster so far.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Aurora is going to play into this. I imagine now off-angling with the hands and maybe some backline control will be very hard for someone like P-Doug, or even say the hands of Rapport on the Star-Lord would have a very difficult time targeting the Storm pick.
Interesting approach coming out from the side of UTD, going to claim the high ground while Indiana Tech just heads straight on down to the point, try and take up residency there. What's interesting is UTD's composition is a little bit more bunkered than Indiana Tech's, but they've kind of flipped it around. Sign of Seduction to come out from Raimi, going to take down Kiteful early on there, and without any other ults needed, Indiana Tech is going to get first cap.
Look, I'm a big Mantis believer. I have a feeling that we're going to see her lock it down here, find her way in, use that ultimate, and maybe have a chance to turn into the duelist that Indiana Tech need.
Well, they definitely don't really lack for duelist potential right now, as Rapport on the Star-Lord is putting on a clinic. UTD have to try and find a way to deal with the Star-Lord, and I'm not so sure if this is going to be the way forward. We're going to have an Omega Hurricane from Aurora. We've seen how strong Aurora has been with some of these ultimates. The last stand from before was the stuff of Legends, but speaking of Legends, there's Rapport
good timing.
once again.
There it is, Galactic Legends out, Omega Hurricane in return, shot down completely from the hands of an ult v ult. Fateful, Fate of Both Worlds used in return. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, though. Can it create some space? The answer is yes, with a question mark at the end. The Meteor M could be a follow-up, but unfortunately, Frozen Leak Code is forced to back away.
We're making yet another swap now, this time onto the Hawkeye. Leak Code gonna take down Raimi there. It's Kerbo gonna go for the It's Jeff there. Scoops up the Luna Snow on the other side. It's a pretty big one and is actually gonna be able to find the frag. See ya! Goodbye, Doge. Thanks for coming. And if you're UTD, you're definitely not gonna be able to push through this choke without the healing. But Egmo with a nice little KO there onto Rapport, and now as the final judgment comes out, Kite looks to be Executioner, but return to sender is Dougie gonna drop that Meteor M. Nevertheless, though, Kite will survive it, and UTD will find the flip.
It's been a consistent issue for UTD. So far at this point, it's not just finding damage, but they have to find execute potential. Kiteful and the Punisher is such a great way of lowering different players' HP, but it's not enough to get that final hit. Aurora swapped to the Hawkeye and found some good results, but now going to the Winter Soldier, I think, you know, in the words of CB, I don't know if you've ever heard of CB before, the Winter Soldier's a little OP right now.
Yeah, it could be a great way to deal with the flyers. You know, we have those orbs that can just ground a flyer. We have a Sonic Seduction coming out. Great timing from Bob on that invisible boundary. UTD going to be able to stand their ground. Bionic Hook not going to find what it needs, though. And Aurora really getting put in the washing machine right now. Get pushed around, hit with the snowballs, and forced back, but now has some space to just pump those Rot to Stern shots down range. Does have the Kraken impact now, and this looks so juicy if you're a Bucky. You just got to know whether or not you can get the resets. If your team's going to be there for the follow-up. He's trying to ask right now to see if they've got it. Silver Surgeon's going to come out, though. It might be time to hold on to this for a little longer.
Yeah, Soul Resurgence met with the Galactic Legend. Even then, after the follow-ups of those two, you're going to have the It's Jeff. Aurora falls anyways. That's both the DPS gone. There's really no way of getting back into this, at least for just a few more moments. Galactic Legend, Rapport pushing all the way into the enemy spawn. It's so risky. Sure, for sure now, right outside when they're all grouped up, it's going to be Kerbo going for the It's Jeff. But I don't think it can clip inside the spawn. That'd be truly unlucky. But at the very least, the Magneto was a consolation prize, and it's good for Kerbo to get at least one. But at 93%, it's all but over. Aurora's going to go for the Desperation Portal, and it looks like that'll be enough. It's a Hail Mary, and they capture the point.
Yeah, we're going to be able to get the flip there. UTD now once again in control, 61%. And Indiana Tech don't have any ult save for a Meteor M to try and take it back. And UTD, even though Leet Code had to pop that Meteor M just to be able to stay alive, it's desperation tactics, but they still have tools in the bank. They're gonna have to spend them. The Meteor M doing God's work, but it gets blocked. Not gonna find the damage that it needs. And speaking of damage, Kite Lol gonna pop the final judgment, letting the damage rain down on this point right now. And Indiana Tech going to head for the hills, try and bunker down, respond now with Rhymy Sonic Seduction, but still so much damage coming out that no one is falling for the feminine wiles of Emma Frost this day.
A great work of creating that space, driving all of Indiana Tech away, even if it was just for a few seconds. It buys all the time that you need. 95%, just 3 more seconds now when UTD will face the overtime. A turret is brought out, wrangle out that damage, take down Doug, and both the Vanguards are gone. What will you do with the hands of an Agamotto directly in your face? Another Desperation Portal. Look how little left time there is for the OT. 0 HP left, that's your Star-Lord gone. Most of the team is dead, and Doug is nowhere to be found. What a comeback.
Doge with a 3K, that was the game-winning play right there, because there was a sliver of hope for Indiana Tech coming out with Jonga's teleport and Rapport coming through with that Galactic Legend, and there were no strategist ults on the other side. It would have been a shooting gallery for Rapport, but with the Ice Arts, Doge takes him down and then finds 2 at the end of it. Yeah, that's a deserved MVP for that play alone. But I gotta kind of go back to that It's Jeff. I think the big mistake here for Indiana Tech was getting a little bit too big for their britches, trying to go for that spawn hold. UTD just had to play back and spawn, weather the storm, and the only tool they had to use to try and stay alive is that Meteor M. That's a huge ultimate, and it sucks to throw that one down the drain, but if everyone's looking at that Magneto, no one was looking at Aurora, who popped the teleport, got UTD on the point, found the flip, and then they had the ults to lock it down with that final judgment coming out from Kite Lol for so much positioning. Even though you don't see it in the KO feed, it still does so much, and Indiana Tech just did not have the tools to fight back.
Gotta speak on the resilience of UTD. The fact that they lost that first point very handedly, brought it back with that exact same flip that you mentioned, CB, was unbelievable to see in that final point. I love that the communication never faltered. No one seemingly got tilted from UTD's side. They all had a good game plan in mind, and the fact that they were able to mid-comm all these mid-changes and use their ults still as a team in the midst of that chaos really goes to show why they're a Division 1 team and why they want to go even further.
I also got to give a quick shout out to Aurora, by the way. Someone's got to get an air tag on this guy, all right? Because he keeps finding these back caps, whether it's the Star-Lord, the Wolverine, or the strange TPs coming through, which I think he played in double digits heroes. I might be kind of extrapolating a little bit too much, but we saw like 5 or 6 different duelists. We saw the Doctor Strange come out. No matter what, if you need to flip the point, Aurora was there. And, maybe we don't talk about that Galactic Legend that one time on Super Soldier Factory.
It was worth a shot.
No, we'll definitely be talking about that strange TP at the end. We'll definitely be talking about that last stand. I think there's something here for this UTD team.
Yeah, absolutely. I love what we had seen so far from UTD. My hopes for them were a little bit lower after the first point of Hell's Heaven, but they were able to turn it around pretty effectively. We're going to Clintar again, though. It's going to be the symbiotic surface that we head to. And I gotta say, if UTD had learned their lessons, and assuredly they did by winning that first game, they're probably going to have this very strong defensive hold when we get to it.
What I'm curious about, though, is what the bans are going to look like on this one, because this is another map that I think Star-Lord is really, really strong on. He's consistently been one of those duelist legends that's like, he's right at the precipice of being OP, but not so OP that he catches bans. He's like the strongest, kind of really viable duelist. And there's a lot of maps where he's really, really good, but Symbiotic Surface, I think, is probably one of his best, especially for the defending side and especially on first point. So I'm curious to see if we try and reach that Star-Lord ban or if we just kind of play what we did before, because you definitely don't want to have to deal with that Adam Warlock res comp. I think they were able to deal pretty well with Kerbo on the Jeff, so they might not want to divvy up things too much, to stick with what brought them the victory on Hell's Heaven, but it's interesting. Like, there's ways that you could potentially try and change the calculus here and maybe get inside of Indiana Tech's head.
I believe when we were in the picks and bans, it was UTD that skipped out on a reserve, right? It wasn't just a normal ban.
It was they skipped out on a protect.
Okay, so they could go for the Star-Lord this time around. Maybe they will. I have a feeling that UTD might just want to protect their own Star-Lord. It's in their best interest to keep that streak going, but having good counterplay against the Star-Lord pick is certainly possible. And on a map like Clintar, wouldn't be surprised if we saw maybe the likes of a Penny defending out the rest of Indiana Tech.
I would be surprised if we saw a Penny. I don't know. Year of our Lord 2025. All right, we don't see. If we're gonna see Penny, it's gonna be on this map. Like this is just where she lives. But
exactly.
Nope. We're also not going to be seeing old Matt Murdoch or Adam Warlock. We're going to see the insta bans on both of those once again, and a Luna Snow Protect. This is starting to sound a little bit familiar, but as we keep this one going, maybe we'll see something change. A Jeff Protect on Clintar is interesting. This isn't exactly the most Jeff-friendly map. There's not really a lot of environmental hazards you can spit people off of.
No, but you can displace people pretty well. There is a lot of elevation, and people like to play faster heroes on this map. So, again, playing to your point, I don't think Jeff is necessarily the best option, but maybe anticipating a rocket ban, could be a good safe bet for long-distance heals.
I would kind of expect a rocket ban. We did see it last time around, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it again. I am a little bit surprised to see the Psylocke Protect. I think that does kind of open some things up for UTD, because she's another one. If Winter Soldier is S tier, Psylocke is also S tier. Like, those are your number 1 and 2 duelists. Star-Lord Protect, not quite S tier, but still A tier, and in the right hands, S plus. And we did see Rapport making some magic on old Peter Quill there. So again, no surprises. With the Heliban, your options for dealing with the Star-Lord are going to be quite limited. But again, UTD managed to find a way.
That's right, and Psylocke can be a decent option against the Star-Lord if you keep backlining him. I see the look on your face with the Venom ban.
We're going to protect Jeff and then ban Venom? That's okay.
It's interesting.
Who am I to judge? Who am I to judge? They're better than me. They know what they're doing. I'm not in the room with them. They're cooking. I'm not in the kitchen. All I can do is smell the fumes wafting down range, baby.
I wonder what Venom smells like. Oh, again?
Okay. Well, I guess they don't particularly. This time it's a ban, so it's not quite as important. And they already got the Star-Lord through, so.
Okay, sure. I guess they're just quirky like that.
And maybe maybe they like. They didn't go for the rocket ban like they did last time. You can already see Twisted hovering over it. So
yeah, that's weird to me.
The Animal Crossing backline did make it through, and something that we haven't really gotten to see on this broadcast before, but something that is very strong when it comes to neutral healing. It's very hard to confirm a KO onto either of these backliners, the Jeff and the Rocket. They're both real slippery and put out a lot of neutral healing. It does mean that you have to try and be like water, though. You have to play very fluidly. You can't just, face tank any of these big duelist ultimates like, a Final Judgment, for example, or, the Galactic Legend on the other side. You have to be very smart about how you play those, try and play the positioning, play around cover very well, and just let the healing try and carry you through.
One thing to mention, too, is that Aurora was scrambling for options midway through Hell's Heaven to find an answer against Indiana Tech. It was a Wolverine, we had seen a Doctor Strange at one point for the Portal Tech, but a lot of different heroes. Reserving Aurora's Psylocke here is going to be such a strong maneuver, because now he can flex between that and the Star-Lord to find differing pacings against Indiana Tech. But of course, at the start, it's tradition for Indiana Tech, or any team really on Clintar, to go for early Portal. This one's placed deep back. There is no Punisher available for, there is one for the defense for UTD. They'll have that turret set up and ready. It's just a matter of Aurora can get the backline early on or not. They're going to want to fish for Dance of the Butterfly right away.
I'm curious if they manage to take down Bob's Beacon, though, because if they've already found that, then there's not going to be a res available for UTD for about 40 seconds. We do see that it is down for Indiana Tech, or that might actually be the translocator for Rapport.
Aurora's taking some damage already. Luckily, though, the bubble from Magneto's there to help out just in case. Fishing up for that Dance of the Butterfly right away. Similar strategy that you would have for the Star-Lord. Rack up damage in the first 30, 45 or so seconds just so you can get that Galactic Legend in return and open things up. It's really just a race to see who can get that ult first, and so far, Report's winning.
Aurora having to play for health packs takes so much damage. There we go. Eggmo going to be the first one to fall, but the BRB is there, so we're going to see the res now going to come out from UTD. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier coming out as well, but Leak Code falling, and there is no second res coming out. Kitelul has to make up the deficit and takes down Rapport. Jonga going to get resed up there, and Turbo popping that It's Jeff. Now taking the Luna Snow for a ride. Should be able to clean that one up, and Indiana Tech looking to stake their claim on the point here, but Aurora with that Dance of the Butterfly might be able to find something with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. The overhealth is going to be there. Not enough for Twisted to save himself, but does save the rest of the team. Indiana Tech only one little bit away, and there we go. They're going to get that first cap there, and Aurora going to be stuck behind enemy lines.
Same issue that UTD had in the beginning. They have plenty of damage to be output, but no one's a true executioner. You can't rely on Leak Code's Meteor M to do so. Neither can you with Dance of the Butterflies. Kitefull's Punisher is really good, but you have to wonder if this hit scan's going to be enough. Report's been able to get by all hunky-dory like for a while, and into this next fight, you know for sure he's going to backline and go for Galactic Legend.
100%, and Jonga's going to have that Fate of Both Worlds as well. You can potentially even use that to damage amplify it if you want to get real greedy, but it's the Fate of Both Worlds for Doge that I want to keep a close eye on. What is it that you're going to be using that for? We're going to have that Sonic Seduction coming out right now, and you can see Doge doesn't want to pop it just yet, has to try and play around for cover. There's also a potential Eye of Agamotto play coming out as well, and there it is, and there's the Fate of Both Worlds, and now the Galactic Legend is free.
Oh, we did see a change though. Leak Code's moving away from the Magneto, recognizing now that maybe the double shields isn't quite the big move. We have a portable shield instead at the hands of the Captain America. Eggmo does get rid of Doug for just a little bit, but the Resurrect won't be available either. Real Twist though, gotta watch out. Even though you're Animal Crossing, you gotta watch out for a gun. It's gonna be the Galactic Legend met directly with the Psionic Seduction. What a shutdown. That's two now we've seen.
Dance of the Butterfly just for a little bit of cleanup. Aurora with a 3K, not quite able to get the fourth, but yeah, it's going to be both of the backliners stolen away. Aurora can't quite get the 4 or the 5K, but you know what? 3 is plenty, and that's also the amount of ults that UTD are holding on to here, is they're going to have that Freedom Charge, and they could potentially go for a damage amplified Final Judgment off of that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier from Bob, so Bob could actually use this offensively and just force another fight win for UTD.
Let's see if it happens, though. I'm looking at that Final Judgment. Here it comes, right off the hands of the It's Jeff. Can he snipe it away? It's a hard target. Oh, just barely. Leak Code was there for the final hit, saving the day. No one's truly eaten, but Kerbo does get resurrected from the BRB. It's a good way of bringing things back, and now Leak Code's got Freedom Charge available. He's going to push back the entirety of Indiana Tech, but not if the CYA has anything to say about it. Real Twist, what can you find? It's going to be another Resurrect from Bob, and that's going to be the Punisher back. It's a big old fight draining down the timer, but Sammy, there's still 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, but that is going to be bled out quite swiftly. And speaking of bleeding, Aurora is looking to inflict a fair bit more of it. Has another Dance the Butterfly, the one dash, and the invis. Finds all the backliners and is going to pop it. Going to force out the Fate of Both Worlds, but still takes down Kerbo and still takes down Twisted.
Oh, Aurora Borealis does it again. Dance of the Butterflies is out and melts away Indiana Tech. There's only 2 players left, and I can hardly even say that. Rymy's taking a wealth of damage, and they're only a hair away from falling. And if they do now, it's a massive stagger on your Vanguard line, but at least Doug gets one before he goes, if he even does.
A nice little 360 Meteor M dunk there for style points, and I did
LeBron
erroneously
moment.
call the Fate of Both Worlds forced out from Jonga. He still has it, but Doge's has been forced out, and UTD have to try and use that as a means to blitzkrieg, but now Jonga can respond with one of his own to try and weather the storm, and now the Galactic Legend are going to come out. Again, the Sonic Seduction to try and shut it down, but you've already lost 2.
Look, that Galactic Legend was good and all, but look how fast Aurora's getting these ults. Practically, again, another Dance of the Butterflies, and that was less than a minute ago.
98%. Yep, one last little bit of crossbow damage there, and does have it. Waiting for the opportunity to strike. Knows the rest of the team isn't there, so can't commit with it just yet. That would turn a lot of attention and potentially force resources. Now Kite with a Cosmic Yarn amplified Final Judgment, and that's going to be Indiana Tech running for the hills, and in the neutral, Aurora finds Jonga.
Now here's the big thing. Kerbo has that It's Jeff again. It's brought out. Does the return factor and have Dance of the Butterflies? The answer is yes. Can you snipe down that? No, you can't snipe down the Jeff. They're too far away. Aurora instead shuts down Rapport. Egmo on top, along with Aurora, yet again finds the majority now of Indiana Tech, slicing them away. Holy moly.
That's the opportunity cost of trying to go for that It's Jeff ultimate. You can make a big play, you can get a big swallow and displace a lot of members on the enemy team, but if you're doing all of that, you're not healing your team, and you're definitely not going to heal them through Aurora's Dance of the Butterfly. Remember, they're recently buffed Dance of the Butterfly, so everybody gets left behind. There is no healing, and the ultimate just kills anybody left alive on the point. And again, Indiana Tech on the back foot, having to try and recontest here. They have a strong ult advantage. Psionic Seduction for Raimi. Egmo is not quite at his yet, so no tools online for UTD to weather this storm.
Oh, just a few more seconds left, CB. We saw that Psionic Seduction find a hole up, but who was seduced? It may have been everybody. That's going to be UTD once again falling, but Indiana Tech, they're holding on. Oh, it's looking good. They may just be able to inch this payload closer and closer to where they needed to go in overtime, but this is certainly not the place you wanted to have to be in. There's not going to be a lot of time left for this final point.
Very ambitious attempt to use the Psionic Seduction there from Egmo, and it's not going to go their way. And if you're UTD, I mean, you don't really have any more ults after that one. That was the one that you were clinging on to, and it was a Hail Mary that just didn't find pay dirt. Aurora going to find the beacon and the teleporter. That's actually huge. No second lives going to be coming out for Indiana Tech. UTD no longer have the rockets, so no reses for them as well. So we're going to be in a complete neutral in terms of reses for the next roughly 40 seconds.
Oh, Kaipo swapped over to the Phoenix pick, and I know you're not the biggest fan of the Phoenix in the world. Slower rate of fire, but maybe a little bit more damage to confirm KOs.
Galactic Legend going to come out. Fate of Both Worlds to try and survive through it. See another girl, Fate of Both Worlds on the other side, and we're also going to see the Meteor M. Indiana Tech.
Oh, that's
really
a Wetzel's moment.
One. Oh yeah, it's going to find both the backliners, and a Wetzel's meat stick isn't half as juicy as that Meteor M was, and that's saying something.
Oh my lord, salty and sweet, just the way Wetzel's and Doug like it. That is such a great way of continuing the line, and it's fantastic to see. 3 ults available now for Indiana Tech, waiting for the defensive posture onto the Clintar once again. UTD, they have eventually one more chance. Time is ticking down, though. They have to play these 2 DPS ults perfectly. The duelists, they'll have their one chance to do it. Dance of the Butterflies, I'm keeping an eye on you. Freedom Charge is now available. It's used immediately, and the overextension's brought out from the rest of UTD. Only the ult wheelers are the ones that survive, and they're the ones trying to extend down this timer. It's Jeff once again, this time waiting out the Dance of the Butterflies. Freedom Charge won't find a lot, but Digestion works wonders as Egmo finally dissolves in the dust. Indiana Tech, they are inches away from confirming victory, but I think they can do it. They are so close to doing so. The lead coach just about gone. Windows just swapped to the Loki pick. It's going to be slower. It's not the Luna. No Fate of Both Worlds. But unfortunately, it still does not work out. Indiana Tech are good for 3.
There's a real world where UTD do actually hold on, though, and prevent the full cap from coming out, but you saw briefly, Elite Code was about 1 or 2% away from the Freedom Charge, but was on a sliver of HP and had to run and try and hunt down a health pack. You were not able to get that ultimate online in time, and the backline just got hunted down with the Sonic Seduction. Raimi was able to just walk up on them for free. Doge falls, and you saw Bob try and pop that invisible boundary, but die in the middle of casting it. That ult gets canceled. There's no healing on point. The Freedom Charge comes out, but it's just too little, too late, and there is just too much for even Aurora's Dance of the Butterfly to cut through. But nevertheless, still not at all a bad hold from UTD, as now we switch sides. Indiana Tech, I feel like their composition is going to level up a little bit here on the defense, because now Twisted is going to have the advantage of being able to put the BRB down wherever he wants, and Rapport is going to have free reign over the skies, especially on this first point here.
Yeah, that's right. I'm still looking at Indiana Tech, and I'm thinking this is an offensive team. You have the double shields, which could be good defensive options, but Animal Crossing Stack can had really hard times with positioning, especially defensively. You're not able to backtrack nearly as much. You don't have the safety of the spawn. to rely off of. Kiteful on Kiteful on the Aurora. Kiteful on the Psylocke could be a
You might
very
as well
big
be Aurora.
pain. Yeah, might as well be. But it could be such a big pain, and even though Animal Crossing is great for long-range heals, you can get displaced so easily with those recalls.
Yeah, and if you do end up getting displaced or separated from the rest of the pack, then you are just mincemeat for, well, Aurora typically, historically, but in this instance, you're mincemeat for Kitelol, who's going to be manning the Psylocke, like you said, and is already going to try and set up a pinch. Interesting, not going for the backline just yet, but is instead just biding his time, waiting for the opportunity to find that BRB. Leak code is going to fall early on, though, so no positioning forward for UTD. Thankfully, there's going to be a res beacon there, but that's still space given up. Kitelol with the sneaky little back cap.
Been recognized. Kitefol's backing away, adding as a distraction factor, especially on rapport, making sure that the tip of the spear, the lead damage maker, will be distracted from the majority of UTD trying to push.
There's the beacon, there's the teleport, and suddenly no utility from the rocket is available for Indiana Tech. They are coming up on the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, though, so scratch that. A little bit of utility, and it's a pretty big one.
Here we go, invisibility once again, targeting out Animal Crossing. Let's see, though, if that's enough to confirm a KO. Sure, the Jeff can get away pretty easily, but again, as you mentioned before, CB, not as much healing in those same exact pivotal moments. Final Judgment is out, shuts down the CYA. Not gonna have that anymore. Real Twisted That does take down Aurora as revenge for destroying his equipment, but its Chef finds no results. It's just a puddle of heals.
Now the Fate of Both Worlds comes out, and Kite is gonna die there at the end of that fight, though. It's the big ults that Fate of Both Worlds forced out from UTD, and they're not actually able to convert it into any progress at all. And Indiana Tech still have plenty of tools. Again, this Galactic Legend, where Rapport has free reign over the skies. He's got the ability to just play wherever he wants, and now this ultimate is totally free. The only thing that could possibly stop it is this Meteor M. Lead Code gonna be forced to pop it, but again, you're only going to be able to get the front half of it. It's the back half you got to worry about.
Oh, no. And when all your shields are in the front lines, who's protecting the back? You're displaced. You don't have any protection. Not even the small little break dance is going to save anybody. It is a duality of death, and Kitefall eventually does fall. Report's going to back away. Unfortunately, now down to 2 out of your 3 healers. Kerbo's also forced to back off. The Rapport is an absolute monster. This is the chance to bring it home. Needs to be done now. Indiana Tech are defending their points so well. Remember how quick Indiana on the attack were able to convert the conversions.
Yeah, and it's just not happening for UTD. They're having to fight, scratch, and claw for every inch, and so far they've gotten not a single inch. Interesting swap from Leak Code over onto the Squirrel Girl just to try and find some neutral spam damage. It might not work out all that well, to be completely honest with you, because you're playing against 2 very defensible tanks. If you're able to find something, huge Acorn gonna come out. Fate of Both Worlds early, and we do have the Squirrel Tsunami, so this is our big money opportunity here.
Unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami. The idea of the Squirrel Girl is to launch her nuts into the back line and avoid the shields entirely, maybe even perhaps break them and force them out early. Who's to say? It could be multiple things, but destruction is abound. The Leak Code is looking to stop people in tracks with nuts. But is that enough? No, but at least you can circle around. Psionic Seduction's underway, but look at the HPFM. Egmo is barely holding on, but they managed to back off at the cost of their ult's effectiveness.
We're just not seeing any conversion to success here for UTD. Like, they're trying all of these things. They're playing a little bit scared right now. They don't really know how to try and break this hold, and the Squirrel Girl swap is desperation. Already halfway to another Squirrel Tsunami, but the last one was essentially an air ball. We have no more ults online. Maybe a Dance of the Butterfly here, but I trust in Indiana Tech's ability to weather that particular storm, as they've already done it once or twice, just this defensive side alone.
Desperation's my favorite smell, and there's permeating it all throughout this matchup. Dance of the Butterflies into the backline. Say goodbye, animals. The kill shelter is here. It's gonna be the Resurrecto off of Jonga. Egmo is out. Everybody's falling one by one, and Indiana's defense they've held for the longest time, but finally the nuclear bomb drops. It's gonna be the majority now of UTD looking to capture their first tick. Could they bring it to a second? There's going to be a report, though, off the hands of the Strange Portal. It's their Hail Mary. They don't want to go to payload unless they have to. But it seems like they've already relegated their way to having to do so.
To its destination.
It's a huge mistake, by the way, from Twisted, who dashes into that Dance of the Butterfly and thus cancels the own BRB, so you're not actually able to get the res onto Jonga, who was getting close to that Fate of Both Worlds. There is a sliver of opportunity there for Indiana Tech to keep that hold alive, but with that one single dash, their hopes of holding it are dashed, and UTD, now they have hope. They're going to make a little bit more swaps here onto the Groot now, and Kite going to swap over onto the Winter Soldier. Some interesting changes coming out from UTD. They need to try and keep this forward momentum going, though. This still feels like concepts of a plan, though.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Groot into the Punisher, because Punisher was going to get his long sight lines blocked off, and the effectiveness of having Keitel be up close and personal is also going to be blocked up by the walls. So you're looking at early Groot wall destruction, you're looking at a lot of hit scan potential that will ruin its effectiveness. I don't think they mesh well together.
I tell you though, Rocket with Bucky and Winter Soldier, if this was Season 0, this would be popping
Yeah,
off, but in
this would be
4.5,
unstoppable.
ain't the case. Sonic Seduction coming out from the side of UTD. Eggmo just gonna force everyone into a corner, and Keitel just pops Raimi's dome right there. Fate of Both Worlds gonna come out, and the Res Beacon gonna bring Raimi back to life here in UTD. They no longer have the damage to keep the pressure up. They're gonna have to back up, give a little bit of space here. They have the ult to try and go for another retake there, and it's gonna be the Strangling Prison, a huge Strangling Prison at that. Homie is running Alcatraz.
Gotta say, I'm surprised Strangling Prison came out so early. It was great timing off of the meteor, and there goes Aura, and there goes so many other people. But I thought for sure the idea would be to have the Strangling Prison meet up with the Kraken Impact, double up on the ults, and go for a team ace. But guess what? It's not even necessary.
Well, Kite didn't have it, and the Meteor Rem from P. Dougie just pays off so well. Just a big splat, takes down 2, and at 40 seconds, we're going to use the Strange TP. Not going to be available for OT, so UTD have to win off of this fight right now. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier going to come out, Sonic Seduction and Galactic Legend. They need to live this so bad, and Dove with another crucial pickoff onto Rapport.
Oh, lordy, that's going to be huge. Good once again from UTD, shutting things down. But can it be enough to convert? Can they grab the payload? They're still pushing it on forwards. It's a mishmash of colors any which way you look. So much destruction's happening, and the Kraken Impact's only good for one.
UTD have to stuff the door here, though, because they still have so much more cart progress to go. They weren't able to make a whole lot there. They still have to round this final corner here, so Indiana Tech have the opportunity to just regroup and try and take another fight, and they're going to have both strategist ultimates to do it. It's Jeff could win this entire map outright if Kerbo manages to get a big eat here. You know he's going to be looking for it. He says it's lunchtime. It's time to feast.
It's time to feast, baby. Who's hungry? Oh, it's that backline again. A Fate of Both Worlds right at the last second cancels out the Jeff ult, but was it proc too early? Was that the entire goal? That could have worked out well, but remember, it's overtime, and we're stuck in this deep corridor, and there's not many places to pivot. Keitel tries to find the 1v1, notices the BRB, could destroy the Resurrect, but is too distracted by killing the monster himself, but that little rat gets away. Luckily, though, there's another one facing the face of death, and that's going to be Report the Fall. But Lee Code is there, shuts down Raimi. The Resurrect is out thanks to the survivability of Rocket Raccoon. Keitel is a little angry, but I don't blame him. He's looking for any more impact, and he does get it twice over onto the hands of the Star-Lord. One more shot to the face, though, and Doctor Strange survives. But still, drag it away. 3 meters left. UTD, they need to get this next, not even a full meter. They're holding it down. Fate of Both Worlds again. Holding on tight, the defense from Indiana seems unstoppable. But there it is, somehow in the face of it all. UTD does it and gets their second point.
It just feels like Indiana Tech are trying so hard to put UTD down in the dirt, but they just can't seem to dig a hole deep enough to keep them down. UTD are still fighting. They've got this final judgment for this next fight here. They're getting the stagger kills onto Twisted. Eggmo now onto this Captain America going in deep alongside Keitel, who is back now again on the Psylocke. The momentum is on the side of UTD, but their comp is still very janky, very awkward, and they're only just now going to be getting access to Leak Code's teleport again as we start to approach under 1 minute to go. It's going to be this fight or an OT fight, but there is a chance.
Final judgment's out. Dance of the Butterflies is pretty dang close. Psionic Seduction and Indiana Tech, they have so much to work with here, but if they use up their arsenal far too early. That'll give a good pushing chance for UTD to get closer to the payload. That's going to be 30 seconds left. They can't use everything all at once, can they? That's already most of it gone. All that's left is Galactic Legend and Agamotto. Using them in tandem could be enough to snuff away UTD. They're going to have to time this perfectly, though. And guess what? Decode has an Agamotto himself to stall for time. That's Agamotto number 1, Galactic Legend number 2, Fate of Both Worlds from Doge just in time. They've had some of the best times also the entirety of this league, and it might have just saved the day. That's another Fate of Both Worlds. Psionic Seduction is out with CB. Everyone's trying to backlight each other. It's an endless infinity symbol of death.
A kite is gonna find 2. That's the back line just completely deleted. There's not gonna be any healing for Indiana Tech as the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier comes out for Bob, and it's going to be the full cap coming out for UTD as Indiana Tech don't have any reinforcements that can touch the card in time. We're going to extra innings on Clintar.
I gotta say, each time when it looks like it could be a runaway success for one of these teams, the other team sneaks it out at the very last second. We saw that happen back on game number 1 on Hell's Heaven. Game number 2 here on Clintar. It has been a ferocious fight. Gotta say, what's up?
And it's Doge. Every time it's Doge. Every time there's a Galactic Legend for Rapport, it's Doge that shuts it down. Whether it's with the Ice Arts or whether it's with the Fate of Both Worlds, Doge's timing has been perfection. And honestly, I'm not going to say it's the only reason that UTD still have anything to say about this one, but it kind of feels like it is.
Yeah, it really has been that backhold support. I don't want to take anything away from Aurora, though. I think the fact that this Psylocke's been able to find so many pivotal KOs cannot be understated. 39 and 10, they've been able to break back the back line of Indiana Tech to at least force out their ultimates a lot earlier than they're comfortable with.
Don't look at P. Dougie's final hits, though, by the way. You might gag when you see 21 final hits on the Magneto. That's...
Surely that's 21 Meteor M's, right?
That's still a lot of Meteor M's.
Right?
Like, that's frankly insane. That is disgusting Vanguard play right now. You know, we're kind of seeing, you know, I like a bit of a Vanguard differential, but also a backline differential on the other side. Because like Doge is, I'm highlighting Doge as the hero for UTD, but going up against P. Dougie is like, you kind of feel like you're up against the wall all the time. When you have a Vanguard who can put out that much damage and that much hurt, your back is always up against the wall. Teleporter shut down with 1 right click from Aurora, and Indiana Tech already down to plan B.
And with less than a minute left on the clock now, you're going to have to be desperate for options. Your secondary plan was to go for the full frontal assault, and you have no choice but to go for plan B. And let me tell you, this was the plan all along for UTD. They want you to go head-on. That's the weakest part of Indiana Tech. They rely on backline control, and Report is going to try his best to get past these 2 Vanguards. And let me tell you, it's not going to be easy whatsoever. UTD holding the line. Keifel looking to drag somebody in, is unable to do so. But he's there just doing a wealth of damage.
There's just so much damage coming out, you know, it's just this corridor that, like you said, UTD, they wanted Indiana Tech to play, and they have the healing to try and sustain here. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier are going to come out. There's an invisible boundary from Bob. It's going to come out right away, and the Amplifier already burned down. It's Jeff now going to come out from Kerbo. It's huge. It finds 2, but he's going to be able to get away with it. Indeed, he will, but no, the Kraken impact from Kite Lol is going to put that shark down in the watery grave. Not going to be able to get the resets, but the damage has already been done. Psionic Seduction now gonna come out from Egmo, and Indiana Tech are gonna clap back with 2 KOs of their own, make it a 3rd.
Overtime and overtime, baby! It's gonna be Meteor M again! Another snipe for P. Dougie! Add that to the final hit counter, it just keeps collapsing down! But that's 1 tick. That's 2 ticks. Remember, overtime does not stop when overtime... I know, it's up the tongue twister. But there it is. Already getting to the payload could be the win condition enough.
Code wasn't able to get the spawn in time to make that teleport play. Does have the Eye of Agamotto, but once again, we're back where we started. Rapport has that Galactic Legend, but this time, there's not going to be a hero play from Doge. We're not going to have that Fate of Both Worlds when we really need it, because we used it trying to use that. Win that fight, and there
to the back line we go! That's going to be Keifel isolated, and there's no heals around him, CB! The shields, they're breakable. What can you do? It's no timings worse than Magneto. He's simply not here. Lee Code has to protect it. The Psionic Shield, how about Egmo themselves? They're not alive.
It really sucks, but you have no choice but to tank that loss. There was nothing you were ever going to be able to do about that. You didn't have the Sonic Seduction, you didn't have a Meteor M available because you're not on the Magneto, and you didn't have that Fate of Both Worlds, like I said, so you have to give up this cart progress, and now you're playing for essentially one fight before this spirals out into an unsalvageable situation. The strange TP going to come out from Lead Code, and I don't think Indiana Tech see this one coming. There's an Eye of Agamotto on deck. Lead Code could win this for his team right now if he finds the right moment.
Agamotto into an end song Inferno. That didn't find much at all. Not even damage. The CYA is going to be broken apart. Agamotto didn't find much either. UTD have been caught with the surprise, but they did not have the follow-up. It's a complete shutdown from Indiana.
We're just going to see Aurora staggering out here, but that was the one fight that Indiana Tech really needed to win. Sorry, the one fight that UTD really needed to win is now Indiana Tech have set themselves up comfortably no matter the outcome of this next round here. They are more than happy with what they got. Anything from here on out is just gravy, and honestly, UTD don't really have the tools to shut this down. Sure, we've got this invisible boundary. Sure, we're coming up on a Dance the Butterfly, but Jonga is going to have this Fate of Both Worlds. And again, speaking of Fate of Both Worlds, is Doge going to have his in time to stop the Galactic Legend from Rapport, or will Rapport end up beating them to the punch?
But CB, look at the ultimates from Indiana Tech. They're cycled almost perfectly, and invincible boundaries forced out immediately to help protect the Dance of the Butterflies. Meteor M right on top. As soon as they're procced out from UTD, they're going to be used. When Doge has the Fate of Both Worlds. I don't know about this one. Maybe it was too early, but at least the Itch Jeff was sent out of position. Galactic Legend has no stopping power now from Indiana's end. What could be there to stop them? Absolutely nothing. Meteor M does not connect. A rare miss from P. Dougie.
Kite's gonna come back in, find 3, and it might finally be enough to put Indiana Tech down in the dirt once and for all. Jonga gonna get taken down there by Doge. Barak and Impact gonna come out from Aurora, and that will be where the cart stops. But if you're UTD, you can't be happy about that defense. You have set yourself up for a monumental task if you want to try and get this map win. Otherwise, Indiana Tech, they've done enough, honestly, to get the win.
UTD will have to massively change things up in order to get their conversions. Their big struggle so far has been getting these KOs confirmed. Keifel's been doing a great job, mostly off the hands of Dance of the Butterflies. Aurora was the Psylocke in game number 1 and found the same exact result. And despite them being 41-14, that's just them getting massive damage in every single fight, but not enough to confirm KOs. And that's been the big struggle. Indiana Tech have been great about snowballing, and their backline has been great about not staggering from the rest of their team.
Well, speaking of snowballing, it's realistically going to be the only way that UTD is going to be able to find the win here. Their strategy on defense was pretty sound, using that Phoenix to try and shut down the early teleport and then just trying to play for this choke here. But as soon as Indiana Tech broke through that first choke, UTD were never able to stop them. They just didn't have the ults. And even like you called out, the ult rotations from Indiana Tech were perfect. There was never a fight that they didn't have the tools to win. If UTD, you have to replicate that success 1 for 1 and then some in order to find the W here. This is pressure. Not quite as bad as it could be, as you are up 1-0 in the series, but you definitely feel like you are owed this win after how hard you worked the first time around. We're gonna see Lead Code going for another strange TP play. This one not going to be canceled, and we're actually gonna have a culling turret. It's the teleport turret play, a nice little shield to block it as well.
Oh my god.
They got the beacon.
What an angle up above, that's huge. UTD are looking to go for the cap immediately. What are you spraying at? What angle is this? Oh, I see. I was looking in the wrong direction.
It's
okay.
Suppressing fire.
A great suppression overall. And look at this hold from UTD directly onto the point. They have a large hill to climb, almost Everest-esque. Backline, Kiteful finds at least one. Kerbo is gone. The Animal Crossing villagers unfortunately have to move out. Can they face eviction? Yes, they do. The time has come.
You call it an Everest-like climb. It looks like UTD did in fact bring their climbing shoes, and it will be Kitelul as their Sherpa on this Psylocke as now we enter in OT, but we've already found that first cap. Crucially though, the OT spawns didn't tick over, so Indiana Tech are going to be a little bit split. You're seeing Kerbo having to try and get back with the rest of the team. Can't risk getting caught out by Kitelul, so a lot of positioning being given up to this Psylocke. Gonna get scouted out there by Rapport, but only 2% away from this Dance of the Butterfly. Kitelul is not thinking about overstaying his welcome, just wants to get what he needs and find the opportunity to strike with it. On the other side of this wall, there is a Rocket Raccoon, and he wants blood.
Jumping down instead, that's going to be all three of the support players inside Dance of the Butterflies. Unfortunately, though, not enough for a confirmation, but it does drag a lot of players back. Does buy extra time, though. Galactic Legend in return. Final Judgment has the role to snipe out this one player, but it's going to be the Magneto bubble to save Rapport's life, even if it's just for a few extra seconds. He does get away, not killed. That's going to be Aurora, though, shutting down everybody else. And look at these ultimates. It's going to be Agamotto set up with Doge with the expertly timed, again, Fate of Both Worlds when it's set up and ready. Kerbo and Jonga, however, they're cycled very well. The It's Jeff could get everybody off this payload, but they're going to have to wait for P2.
Aurora's already found this Jeff out. There's gonna be the cap. It's winnable now for UTD, and it's all because of the Psylocke dying just a little bit outside of the range of the BRB. So when Doge dies to the Galactic Legend, Doge is actually the one that gets the res. So now the team is back at full strength. They have all the tools they need. They've got the strategist ults, and they only need to win one more fight.
It's on down to this, a battle of shields. We see double Vanguard ultimates from Indiana's side. Jonga again brings out Fate of Both Worlds to help subsidize. And let me tell you, it does a pretty dang good job. Agamotto on top finds no impact. UTD, they can't crumble now. You've made it this far, and with how intense it is in Division 1, you certainly cannot let yourself falter. Angela tries to fly, but unlike Icarus, couldn't even get close to the sun. 5 and 5, just barely far behind. We go to Game 3.
Tied up 1-1, and in that key moment, it was Dougie. The Meteor M shutting down Doge's Fate of Both Worlds. That ultimate was the win condition right there. That Fate of Both Worlds, if they were able to either damage amp the Maelstrom of Madness after the Eye of Agamotto, or just live through any ultimates that Indiana Tech wanted to try and come with, that was the win condition for UTD. But the one ultimate that you could not live through was P. Dougie's 23 final hits. Sure did get outpaced there by Raimi towards the end there, but homie was putting on a clinic on this this Magneto. I know it's not like the most impressive stat, but 99k damage blocked, like we're almost into 6 figures there.
That's wild. Would it be safe to say that P. Dougie is the best Magneto in NECC?
I would, you know what, I would say so right now. Maybe it's recency bias considering I literally just saw it and haven't seen anybody else hitting the slam dunks the way that Dougie has been hitting them, but it's definitely something that you're going to have to worry about. And the synergy as well with Kerbo on the Jeff, the mag bubbles are there when you need it. You're getting so much out of the Star-Lord pick that I kind of feel like as we go into the maps ahead, you have a lot of different angles of attack when it comes to your bans. I think, you know, maybe banning out the Magneto might be something that you need to consider. The Star-Lord ban might still need to come through at some point in time because it feels like there is this very definitive play style that they're able to leverage. Maybe there is something you can do to try and cut the legs out from under that one, but without doing that, both of these maps have been about as close as it can possibly get.
Absolutely. We've hit OT, I think, in almost every instance of both of those last two games, outside the very first point of Hell's Heaven. And the fact that we've seen so many micro swaps coming out from UTD shows that the playbook can be deep. They just need to find the proper counterplay to those same usual suspects that you mentioned, CB. I'm going to throw it out there. I know it's not going to happen. Magneto ban?
I think that might be wise. Because again, like I said, like you're shutting down P. Dougie. Like P. Dougie is also going to be good on other Vanguards. He's not like a Magneto one trick, but you will shut down some of that synergy with the Jeff that it feels like Indiana Tech do really want to play into. You're not going to have the bubbles to try and follow up on the Jeff ults to protect the Jeff from any big burst damage that would shut the ultimate down. You're also not going to be able to play into the Star-Lord quite as well as you have been so far because the bubbles have also been something that have gone a little bit under the radar, but have been key at the right moments in order to continue to give Indiana Tech the advantages that they need. So it's more than just what's showing up in the KO feed that you have to worry about. You also have to worry about the utility that P. Dougie is getting with this character. I think it's worth considering, but there is going to be a short little bit of time for them to have a think about that one.
Short little time. Well, that just tells me there's more time to eat some Wetzel's meat sticks, maybe put on my blue light glasses.
I thought you were about to tear your shirt off there for a second. I thought you were about to Hulk out.
Wetzel's! Almost. Not quite. I would go Hulk mode for Wetzel's.
We'll give you some time to get yourself a nice tear-proof shirt while we cut to a quick break between our next maps here. We'll be right back. We got at least 2 more maps of this series to go.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm moving on for good. At least my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe it, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. 'Cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to.
Well, unfortunately, my shirt has ripped completely, but luckily, though, I got a brand new shirt, and this one is only 40% meat stick thanks to Wenzel pretzels. Not pretzels, no, we talked too much about that in the green room. They are not pretzels, they are meat sticks. However, maybe, just maybe, we could see a partnership where you have pretzels shaped like meat, and then you could have meat that's shaped like pretzels. I still think I'm a genius, CB.
I think you might be a little bit lost in the sauce, but after the game that we've just
No.
that we've just seen, it's natural to want to try and indulge yourself in some of these business ventures, these big ideas. We have
I'm
had
their new CEO.
You need to stay far away from the boardroom and stay right here in the casting booth.
No, this is the new boardroom. Next time you see me here, it's going to be covered in writings about the different things we could turn meat sticks into.
You
pretzels?
said meat-shaped pretzels, and we spent half of the break for you trying to explain to me what meat-shaped is.
It looks like one of those cartoon steaks.
So it's just like a blob, like if I were to show you the silhouette of a pretzel, you would identify it. But if I show you the silhouette of meat, you'll be like, "What is that?" Idaho?
I'd say that's a pork chop.
I mean, I could lie to you. Maybe it was a T-bone steak. You wouldn't know what.
Maybe it was a T-bone steak. It's still meat. No, you wouldn't say,
meat.
Well, what about meat?
Speaking of meat, these two teams got beef. Let's take it back to the game and stop
Oh,
talking
well,
about
I like
meat
beef.
and
Never mind
pretzels.
then.
These two teams
All right, let's see.
got beef. We have seen back-to-back bangers from these two teams. We knew this series would be exciting, and we're only about halfway through it as we got at least 2 more maps to go, and the next one is going to be Spider Islands.
I don't know how I feel about Spider Islands here because, riddle me this, when I think of Spider Islands, I don't necessarily think of it as the greatest Magneto map. I think for P3 it is, but for the first 2 points, there's just too many escape options to get out of dodge if you're, say, a strategist who's ulting.
What's interesting about Spider Islands for me is like it does kind of open the door for a lot of these other vanguards though, because we've seen some teams potentially in the past reach for things like the Angela here, or the Venom or the Captain America to just try and go for those like real quick touches, get in, get out, try and hokey pokey with the point and just try and keep it in contention, especially on the defensive side. You put your Venom in, you take your Venom out.
You do a little dance and shake it all about.
Yeah, that's how you play defense. That's what Spider Islands is all about.
I'm gonna start saying that when I cast now, the hokey pokey.
It's also a pretty good map for Daredevil in Indiana Tech. Say no, none of that. We're not seeing any of the new kid on the block today. Matt Murdock going back into the Insta ban, and I imagine Adam Warlock.
Yeah.
Adam Warlock. Yep.
I don't really see these picks and bans changing a whole lot. We're not really seeing Indiana especially go for counterplay potential.
That's new.
That's true. The Hella Reserve is definitely a change. It might be to help out with not having Phoenix, but instead the Hella and Psylocke combo, perhaps, maybe?
Potentially. We do see the Namor ban, so Indiana Tech do at the very least fear the team up, but that does still mean that the Hella is going to be on the field, and you can try and play around her in interesting ways. She won't be Mantis damage boosted because UTD have decided that's not worth it. We're just going to go and shut him down. There is the Venom Protect. Okay, so now I'm curious to see if UTD are going to leverage the team up, or if Indiana Tech are going to, take what's essentially been handed to them. That Symbiote Shenanigans, one of the most powerful team-ups in the game,
Absolutely.
now is going to be something that they have at their disposal.
That's true. They do have it at their disposal, but we haven't seen Indiana Tech really go for big macro changes with their hero pool. It was UTD back on Clintar that was more willing to go for a dive approach, and we saw that quite a bit towards their attack and their OT side. That being said, though, I won't say it was the most effective thing in the world. I think the Captain America had some great ideas, but overall, once we saw the Desperation Angela come out, it didn't really have the biggest impact in the world. I think, though, if we do see UTD stick to their guns and go straight for a Hella-based dive approach from the rip, I think for sure we could see a Venom and Angela pick to start things off. What's up, CB?
You saw what I just saw right there, right?
I see a lot
that
of
Star-Lord ban.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Star-Lord ban coming through from UTD. We're finally gonna force Rapport to play boots on the ground. He's gonna pop over to the Winter Soldier at least to kick things off. We might see that swap up a few times. It's another good map for Bucky Barnes, who has been making it past these ban phases here. Rapport, I think, not necessarily just a Star-Lord one trick, but you can see the hesitancy despite all of the heroes that someone like Aurora will play for the other side, that they never really reach for the Star-Lord, except for that one time with that Galactic Legend on Super Soldier Factory that we don't talk about. Not really showing a whole lot of comfort there. So I guess that's just something that UTD kind of feel confident about. Like, if we're not taking that duel, I feel like we have the better DPS line. We can get more effective in the neutral, have a little bit more of these just kind of like neutral frags. We're gonna see the triple coming out from UTD on the defense here, but this is a very interesting flavor of it. I talked a little bit about how some teams will reach for the Angela, and reach they have.
What is this stack up for the beginning of Spider Islands here? P. Dougie's going to be rocking out the Storm. You have the Squirrel Girl, who I think is great on this map. This is easily her best map. And the Moon Knight to off angle and just shatter the back line. This will either work very well or completely be decimated, but there's no hit skin for UTD to shut down the Storm.
And there's also, okay, Kerbo already going to get taken down by the Angela there. Kylo, huge early frag, and Rapport going to get taken down as well. Indiana Tech are coming out expecting something like a Groot, hence the damage boost from the Storm and hence the Squirrel Girl. But instead what they're finding is this really slippery composition for UTD where they can't quite pin anyone down and confirm a KO on them. And it's just going to be, again, the hokey pokey. You put your Venom in, sooner or later, Lead Code is going to swing right on out. They're going to take the Venom back in, and they're going to shake it all about.
Is Hokey and Pokey the new Ooey Gooey?
We can't keep changing our nickname every time.
That's right. We're still Ooey and Gooey. Someone else can be Hokey and Pokey. That'll be Vaudable and other people.
Well, there's definitely an ooey gooey amount of damage coming through from Leak Code on this Venom. 60% to that Feast of the Abyss, which you're going to want to keep a close eye on. Even though there's no, kind of Transcendent Strategist Ultimates on the other side, any Immo Strategist Ultimates, it can still do a ton of damage with that anti-heal coming out. Rapport with a frag there onto Kite Lol, got a little bit too aggressive, and now here we go. UTD forced on the back foot. Indiana Tech can start to get themselves a little bit of breathing room here.
Feast of the Abyss is also great here for Venom because you could use that as an escape option. Say everything else has been expended, you could use that ultimate towards the back line line, hurt people, and then just get out of dodge just at the right moment. Great options here for a team where honestly not a lot of heal potential compared to what we've seen before with triple strategist ultimates. That being said though, the It's Jeff is finally out, but met with the Moon Knight case in point. Doge unfortunately does not live long enough to see the ultimate go to fruition, but instead the hand of Khonshu comes down, and my god, report. Maybe was wearing what is it, like weighted ankle bracelets by playing the Star-Lord, because that Moon Knight was incredible.
Yeah, that hand of Khonshu was just absolutely massive, and you can already see UTD making some swaps. So we're going to make the swap over onto the Winter Soldier, and we're also going to have Kite back over onto that Hela. They've abandoned the triple, as is custom for point B. They had already kind of made some swaps over. Kite made the swap over towards the end of point A. I think they already knew they were going to lose this one, and they're happy to just kind of concede once they see the hand of Khonshu come out. So no real loss for UTD, but they've lost a fair bit of positioning at the end of it, and now as they try to change their composition up and try and regain their footing, they're going to have to spend ultimates to try and match Indiana Tech's ult bank here and stop this momentum.
Really curious to see what P-Dougie does here off the hands of this Omega Hurricane, the Sharknado. Will they still stick with the Storm after this ultimate? I don't know, but so far this dive approach from Indiana Tech has worked pretty well. I'd dare even call it a dive because there's not really anyone intrinsic to a dive approach. Instead, the Squirrel Girl is just laying down the law and unfortunately out-positioned. It's very tough for UTD to find any success to survive. Kiteful falls, and already the hands of Khonshu is essentially back in line for the hands of this Moon Knight. Just a matter of time seeing whether or not that'll be enough to convert point 2.
Swirl Tsunami from Twisted just to try and confirm this one. Invisible Boundary, but it's so far off of the cart that it's not going to stop the progress coming out at all. It might allow some members of UTD to get a touch, albeit temporarily. There's the hand of Khonshu again coming out from before. That's going to cut off UTD at the path. It's Jeff coming out from Doge. Finds 2. This could be massive, but there's no one contesting the cart. Only one last member. And even though Doge is going to give his life to confirm those 2 KOs, one of them is going to be rezzed on up, and the cart is going to roll on through to point C.
The code swaps over to the Punisher now, recognizing again damage is the problem. There needs to be a solution. Kaifel onto the Psylocke. It's going to leave it down to Egmo to be the Magneto, really just to protect Bob and Windows. Everyone else should be off-angling.
And again, I mean, UTD, they look kind of lost right now. Aurora has made a bunch of swaps now over onto the Hela. Was on the Hawkeye earlier on. It feels like UTD don't really know what they want to do on this defense, and they're running out of time to figure it out. They've got 2 big ultimates that they could potentially win a fight here with, but here comes the Omega Hurricane. P-Dougie makes a landfall right on top of Leak Code.
Full-on assassination of the entire backline. UTD, not much they can do in response. We did see Dance of the Butterflies off the hands of Kite Low, but unfortunately even then, a Psylocke can be great, but not when, and I hate to say it, CB, not when you have an attack composition for your defensive line.
Yeah, there is no defensive line at this point. We're going to see a cap coming through. 3.5 minutes for Indiana Tech, and UTD, just like I said, they look lost. As soon as they're forced off of that triple for the spawn hold, they don't really get the opportunity to get themselves on anything even resembling a real composition, and every single time they make a swap to something that they should be able to dig their heels in the sand with, it just gets shut down by the Moon Knight, by the hand of Khonshu. I feel like Aurora should have stayed on the Winter Soldier there. He had the Kraken Impact, died with it, and then swapped Hawkeye, died again, and then swapped Hela.
I'm going to be honest with you, though, CB. The fact that we saw the triple duelist stack from Indiana Tech work from the beginning, that's normally something you just see for the initial choke point. But the fact that they were able to win first choke point attack control so well, kept it snowballing all the way to the very end of the convoy line, really goes to show that I don't think we saw, like, Indiana Tech's full attack structure either.
Well, yeah, well, typically you abandon that composition as soon as you lose a fight, but they just never did.
We haven't seen anything from them yet then.
Yeah, like, I mean, they haven't even reached their final forms. And I honestly, like, if you're UTD, like, Spider Islands might just be cooked, all right? It's tied up. You might just give this one up and try and go and maybe play for a map 5 at this point, because...
Can I tell you my secret sauce to this map?
What's up? What's the secret sauce?
You promise not to get mad at me.
Is it Squirrel Girl?
It's always Squirrel Girl on Spider Islands. She's so good on this map.
Of course it is. But UTD didn't get the memo as they are not going to be bringing the Squirrel Girl out to play. And it's a more traditional looking triple strat lineup here for Indiana Tech with the Groot and the Doctor Strange. Crucially, though, with these Doctor Strange holds, Rapport has to be the first one to die when this defense crumbles. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get the teleport out early enough. You're going to give up a fair bit of cart progress. Early KO onto Kite, who is going for a nice little flank play there. Gonna make Indiana Tech not even have to worry about that. That's a future problem. Right now, all eyes are set on this spawn door and anyone who comes out of it.
Yeah, I mean, how do you have that survivability? Keep in mind, too, Aurora and Keitel, the two duelists, are going to be on very aggressive players. You have the Black Panther for the backline, you have the Wolverine to take care of P-Dougie on the Groot. And so far, I know we're focusing on reports of POV a lot. I haven't seen these two at all.
Aurora gonna get taken down early on. Sonic Seduction coming out, but a big group wall in her face. Talk to the wall. We're gonna have Doge coming out here. It's Jeff. Does swallow up the Rocket Raccoon and will actually get the health pack. Might be able to confirm this kill, but the Rocket's gonna have dashes. And Doge is going to give his own life. And, well, look who made it right back up to Terra Firma. It's gonna be Twisted back alive to support the team. And Indiana Tech with an ironclad grip on this cart. Do not concede an inch.
Code swaps over back to the Venom. No longer Aurora on the Black Panther. Anything that creates space against Report has to be priority number one. Problem now is that when you start to begin to create that space, well, maybe now with the assassination of Doctor Strange could have been a third, but fortunately that was not the case. It's going to be full ult from Indiana. Any which way you look, it is going to be defensive central, full-blown nuclear blast. It's going to be unbelievable. Invisible boundary is abound, and Report through all of that still holds on to the Agamotto.
Sonic Seduction going to come out again from Egmo, and 2KO is going to come out off the back of it. Leak Code, a little bit of extra damage. We're seeing Rapport just trying to hold up that shield of the Seraphim and soak up the damage, but finally the spawn hold has been broken. And here's what I said, Rapport going to be one of the last to fall, so the rest of the team just has to kind of sit here and wait and twiddle their thumbs for Rapport to get the respawn. So the teleport's not going to come out early enough, and UTD are going to be able to get around this first corner, potentially the second, and they're also getting Aurora set up on the choke here, but little does he know, they're not coming through the choke. They're coming through another dimension.
That's going to put Aurora off position now, forcing the Goddess of Death not to be inside that Pagoda's angle. Instead, are you going to hold on to that ult, waste potential charge if you had not used it earlier? It's going to be hard to say now if it's going to be a possibility, but down below, Aurora's in a good spot to maybe funnel out the entirety of Indiana from the back line. Its Jeff is out. Unfortunately, so is the Jeff itself. They also get assassinated. Still no use of the Goddess of Death, but luckily, though, the ult cycling from everybody else on UTD is looking pretty hunky-dory. Indiana Tech, though, their defense looking even better than that.
And crucially, the first person to die in that fight is Bob, so the BRB just gets completely canceled, and you're not going to get a second fight there. We're going to see Keitel just dying for a stagger there, or sorry, to avoid the stagger, but Aurora can't avoid the stagger as it gets brought right to the front door. And again, Indiana Tech back like they never left, holding the spawn again. And even though that teleport is going to be online for another 2 minutes, doesn't matter. You've got to break this hold again. Sonic Seduction and Ayabagamotto coming out. They want to stuff this one.
Yeah, this is their potential last chance now for UTD's side. It's going to be a Feast of the Abyss available now off of the hands of Liko, but he's taking a wealth of that damage and unfortunately falls alongside the Jeff. We talked about how great that team up is. UTD could benefit from it, but we have not seen that on their attacking side. 3 ults left, 15 seconds, no chance for a portal. It's got to be the chance now for Aurora to bring out Goddess of Death.
It's got to be now or never at this point. UTD have all the tools that they need to try and break this. And in the neutral, they're going to take down Dougie. Last stand from Keitel. Going to be enough to help deal with Jonga. Gives his life for it, but the damage has been done, and we're not going to be able to res both of those up. Now, Rhymi going to fall as well, as Keitel gets the res now, and some more forward presence now going to start to come out from UTD. And Indiana Tech have to respect this, but they do have a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. The beacon has been found from Leak Code. No res is going to be coming out now. UTD have a win condition in their sights, but it might be too little too late as it's an overtime push, and Indiana Tech are ready to bleed even more off the bank there. It's Jeff going to come out from Doge to try and cut off the attack here. Does swallow too. That's the back line in Doge's gullet right now, but can't get his way to the edge. They're gonna get spit out. Nowhere near the rest of the team. They're gonna be back to heal them up.
But hey, it's a flip. Invisible boundaries out. Cancels out Goddess of Death. A snipe. That's Kerbo gone. At least now Indiana Tech have lost out on the majority of their back line. There's the Agamotto. Aurora unfortunately falls to the 1v1. It's so close there to having a chance of UTD bringing this back. It took so much trial and error, and I think they've done it.
Just barely. They're gonna be able to get by through the skin of their teeth, and we're gonna see Indiana Tech switching spawn rooms here, gonna give up a little bit of space.
I wish I had that onesie.
It does look super comfy right now. You know what else looks really comfy is Indiana Tech's defense. Even though they give up point A and a fair bit of positioning on point B with that spawn swap, they're still going to be able to come back out with these ultimates and should be able to reclaim space quite easily. They just have to dislodge Aurora from this high ground right now where, you know what, they can destroy the high ground altogether and, you know, force it back down to the ground the old-fashioned way, and P-Duggy with the snipe yet again.
I honestly thought you were going to say a Wenzel's onesie, and I was like, yes, I completely agree. But no, instead, there is a lot more aggressive pressure coming out now, and we talked about how much it would be important for Aurora and for the rest of UTD to rock the hell up. They have the Jeff, they have the Venom, but now they're bringing out the Phoenix. Is this a desperation pick, CB, or what's going on? Why isn't the hell enough?
I kind of feel like it might be a desperation play, and I mean, Kitelol, again, just kind of getting sussed out here. The rest of the team, you can even see it's just a joyful splash, actually, from Kerbo that's pressuring Kitelol down. Still nestled deep in the backline here and can really stack up those sparks. It's not going to find any KOs just yet, but it will force Indiana Tech to turn their heads. But Rapport going to make one roll. A headshot there onto Bob, and again, this push is already dead, and it might as well be another spawn hold here for Indiana Tech. They're just not letting UTD have an inch, and I gotta say, you know, this Phoenix swap, the Hella pick, it's not great for buying space. It's great at holding it when you have it, but they just don't.
Well, I mean, now to create space, you have Aurora on the Hella still, but even now, LeetCode has swapped over to the Hawkeye yet again. It's going to be the It's Jeff trying to be brought out, but instead Kraken Impact sends a Kraken into a little fish. A bit of overkill if you ask me, but this is UTD not able to get out of their spawn point yet again. With 38 seconds left, they're going to have to fight for OT for the push yet again, but they did that back on P1, and this certainly won't be any easier, if possible at all. Goddess of Death is back out once again. Invisible Boundary in retaliation. Once again, though, we do have Hawkeye's ultimate, but is that going to be enough to create that space? I venture no. No, it will not be. I don't think Hunter's Sight will be enough, but spitting out enemies, though, with the hands of Jeff and It's Jeff is going to be good. But with 11 seconds left, though, CB, I see the Psionic Seduction running to cancel things out. This is essentially the nail in the coffin.
Sonic Seduction might have been a little bit too early. There is still an opportunity for UTD to try and come back here, though, but a real late death for Eggmo, and now Indiana Tech can just hold the door here. The res is going to come out. The headshots not quite there for Rapport. Can't quite confirm the kill. Onto, okay, there we go. Able to find Kitelol with that uppercut there. Doge swallowing up all of his friends,
Wow.
and that's
I didn't see
that's not a scene. That's something new. That's not a C9. That's something else completely new altogether.
That's a Jeff moment.
That's a Jeff 9, a J9. I don't know what that, like, a J9. I've never seen a Jeff swallow up all of his teammates to end OT. There's a moment where there's actually an opportunity for UT to break the spawn hold, though, because the previous ult from Doge, Indiana Tech triple dipped on their ults just to shut that one down, so they were looking a little bit weak, and you could even see them peel back just a little bit, but too many stagger KOs came out on the other side, one after another, so UTD never mounted a full-throated offense to be able to break on through here, and Spider Islands decisively, definitively, definitely belongs to Indiana Tech, no questions asked.
Absolutely, CB. I cannot agree more. But I'm honestly surprised that Aurora never brought out the Psylocke. I felt like that was the winning condition back on Clintar to open things up against Indiana Tech. The fact that we saw a backline really never get punished at all from Indiana's side really goes to show that it's one huge macro issue for UTD that they've struggled with since the very, very first point of Hell's Heaven.
I will highlight, though, UTD does have a fair bit of flexibility with this front line. You know, we're seeing, you know, both Kitelol and Aurora reaching for all of these different heroes. The problem is it never feels like it's the right one. You know, they have a lot of answers, but they're being asked a very specific question and that has a very specific answer, and they just can't seem to find what that answer is. You know, you proposed that it very well might have been the Psylocke, and we never really saw them reach for that. Potentially, it might have just been, you know, keeping that Winter Soldier mirror, but they didn't really stick onto that. At the end of the day, they're going for a triple hit scan look with Hawkeye, Hella, Phoenix to try and break a spawn hold, and that's just not it. I would even go back to one of your previous proposals and say, this might have been a good time to see Squirrel Girl.
Yeah, I mean, I always love my Squirrely Girly. She's such a good backliner. Her arching goes over most of the Vanguard shields, and you can hit the backline quite a bit. It works out well.
You see the chat message from Doge, and we got screenshots from Prod. Bro says, yeah, I'm retiring, and Look, I don't want to be harsh. I'm all for second chances, but I will say, invest in a 401k because it's looking kind of rough after that play. Not the best.
Yeah, this is why I cast and I don't play. I mean, I could never even play at this level. But like Doge would beat me in a 1v1 with literally any character in this game, but let me tell you, like, it's easier to beat us at a desk just yapping about stuff than actually being in the moment watching things happen. That Jeff moment was rough, but it happens. You just gotta suck it up and move forward.
I think even if Doge doesn't give his entire team the Pinocchio treatment there with the Jeff ult, I think there's still not really a good opportunity for them to get the dub because I didn't see any other ults coming online anytime soon. I'm actually even watching the replay right now. The next closest ultimate was the Psionic Seduction at 54% for Egmo, and you just weren't going to be able to overcome the defense. With a staggered offense, and the only ultimate that you have really being the alley and no oop.
Yeah. No LeBron
There was
there.
an oops, though. There was an oops.
Oops.
In the alley oops, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Your wordplay gets better and better every week, CB.
That was not my best either. I might also have to retire.
I wasn't
after
even
that one.
joking. I thought that was good.
We're gonna have to, before either myself or Doja consider retirement, though, we've got at least one more map to play, and Burn into T'Challa might very well be the last one. It's UTD's map pick, and we're going back to Domination, which they won last time around. That's, what are you thinking? How you feeling?
Well, I'll be honest with you, CB, I don't really think much at all. But when I do attempt to think, I do think maybe UTD could try to bring this back, but after the last two matches, I can imagine there might be some stuff going on behind the scenes where you're not as fresh feeling as the first Domination point you played. But, of course, I can't really speculate on that. I'm not in the call with them right now. If I had to guess, I do think UTD did look their best on Domination points, even back on Clintar. If they can reharness that energy and not have to play a full defensive lineup and just play offense versus offense, I think that could be their big strong suit. And that's what they attempted to play on Spider Islands, and that didn't work for their defense. So when there's no clear objective that needs to move, I think they could get the ball back in their court.
And I do also kind of think that, Spider Islands did reveal, one kind of key fatal flaw in this team. Clintar was close, but Spider Islands showed that UTD don't really thrive playing either against or playing themselves that triple, that goes composition with 3 Vanguards, 3 Strategists, regardless of what flavor it is, whether it's with the Angela or whether it's against just good old-fashioned like Doctor Strange, Emma, Magneto. They still kind of struggle to break that, and they're kind of left scratching their heads. That's not something that they're going to have to worry about from here on out, because they can win this matchup here, and, I guess as long as, we don't go to Idrisil Path for map 5, cross fingers, knock on wood, they won't have to deal with that ever again.
Yeah, I mean, let's hope, right? Just thinking in the back of my mind right now, we are seeing both these teams be 3-2 so far for their division. They have been even throughout, and let me tell you, you can tell in Division 1, it is cutthroat because despite what you see here on the board, UTD only having one map, it has been relatively close, barring the very first point of House Heaven and barring Spider Islands. I would say for the most part, these two teams are on the same path.
I would agree, especially with the point that this division is cutthroat, because this is the division that, like we mentioned before, last week had, it had Indiana Tech just rolling right over Georgia Tech Gold, who previously had bested Fisher in a best-of-5 series and has had several best-of-5 series back-to-back 5-map bangers, that team. It feels like we're getting a lot of really close matchups in this division, a lot of high-quality Marvel Rivals play, and also a little bit of fumbles every now and then from some of these Jeff plays, but such is the nature of the beast when Jeff is meta. But nevertheless, like, this division is really tightly packed, and I think that's something that hopefully neither of these teams are really thinking all too hard about, because that's just added pressure on top of the pressure of this series.
You just have the GG go next. There's really no other option you have for yourself. And I'm Bjorn and T'Challa, the domination points are so different between the different subsections that you do have yourself some wiggle room where if you don't dominate on, quite literally, on one domination point, you can succeed in the other two. The one I'm thinking of the most is Waterfall. If you can't complete
Warrior
Waterfall,
Falls is the...
Yeah, if you can't do Warrior Falls, that's fine. You have the other two.
Yeah, it's definitely the outlier. We're going to see the Jeff ban coming out right away from UTD, which is interesting because it does leave the Adam Warlock available for a Protect from Indiana Tech. Luna Snow Protect. That was also banned out last time and potentially could be another source of the pain for UTD. Their backline didn't look too bad, but you know, it might be that they're relying on the idol coming out from Doge, and also it kind of forces Doge. Like, actually, no, UTD, they target banned their own player. I just realized they banned the Jeff and said no, put the Luna in the bag.
Yep. Just putting them in Luna jail. I don't blame them. Go for safety this time. Animal Crossing was not for you. You got to go back to The Sims.
Emma Frost Protect for the side of Indiana Tech. We'll see what their first non-Daredevil ban looks to be.
Oh, okay.
They don't have one. Okay, cool.
Well,
all
sure.
that tension for nothing.
Let's see. Next band's going to be the Mantis. Mantis was very strong for both these teams at some points or others back on Hell's Heaven. So a little sad not to see her here, but that's fine. It's going to be a slightly weaker backline for both teams.
The Hella Protect worries me because we didn't really see a lot of value from the Hella on Spider Islands, and you know, sure, you can still find it in Bearden T'Challa, and there's a lot of places where the Hella does thrive, but it just didn't look good for UTD. There's that Adam Warlock Protect. This might force Indiana Tech's last ban to be the Namor, and that might actually just kind of be like a Trojan horse to let something else come through. Yeah, there we go. There's the Namor ban again. So again, not going to see that team up, and that was kind of forced out. Star-Lord ban once again. I do like this because, again, you know, domination maps, this one especially, I think, is a great Star-Lord map. It's good to kind of get rapport back on the ground, but again, that didn't really secure them a win condition last time around. Like Spider Islands, like this looks very similar to what they tried to do on Spider Islands, and that wasn't close.
I'm going to be a glass half full for Kaiful on the Hella here. I think there will be much more flexibility for them to play off-angling on domination points, just because they won't be funneled to play super high vertically and only take out backliners when you're on a convoy side. There's going to be a little bit more areas for the different strategists on Indiana's side to move around more and potentially put themselves in a mistake spot.
The key is going to be Jonga, which is something that you and I said a lot a couple weeks ago when Indiana Tech did play this Adam Warlock composition. Adam Warlock Protect did come through, and that is going to set the pace for Indiana Tech. That now means the fight is over when they say it's over. I'm curious if we're actually going to stick with the Loki as well for Twister, if this is just to do a little bit of trolling in the spawn room here. A double res comp would be, frankly, disgusting, but not unheard of. We've seen a fair bit of that in Ignite lately.
Yeah, that's right. You really have to capitalize as many resurrects as you can to make sure you can stay in the fight. But let's see if that's going to be a possibility. Kerbo has gone for the Spider-Man before for the portal strat back on domination. Won't be the case this time, unfortunately.
We will actually see Twisted walk out on Loki, so double res is very much so on the field. UTD going to try and mirror with the rocket, but they're sticking with the Luna Snow as the third strategist, so we're not actually going to get anything beyond the rocket res and the atom res. We're not going to see the duplicate there. Rapport gets taken down with some stray damage from Egmo early on, and the beacon wasn't down for Kerbo yet, so no res on that.
No res on that yet, but better now than slightly later when you could stagger a lot more. But Doge also falls to the hands on the Winter Soldier. Gotta say, P-Doug, he's finding a lot of snipes early on. Both these Magnetos, quite a bit of damage. Kaiful, though, is the player that I'm looking out for. These Adam Warlocks will be an interesting point of contention as we get later into each point. But as long as Kaiful can reorient themselves back from Spider Islands, they can find a lot of impact. And we are seeing the slight off-angling that they can rely on here to create a distraction factor.
Doge with some stray damage there. Gonna clean up rapport again. And Indiana Tech haven't really had any say in this matter just yet. UTD very much so setting the pace on this Adam Warlock composition so far. We're gonna see a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier coming online early for Kerbo. Indiana Tech can try and use this to brute force. John gonna be forced to burn the cocoon nice and early off of an Ice Arch there. Sonic Seduction now coming out from Aurora. Wants to try and confirm this KO again.
Yeah, not possible, unfortunately. Did not get that confirmation, but we do see the Psionic Seduction in the revenging side. That's from Indiana Tech. Grimy does find a little bit of extra distance to work on, though unfortunately not enough to KO. But getting on site, it is a step in the right direction. Jonga does fall and unfortunately will be put behind from everybody else. There is the Resurrect, though. It's going to be the Karmic Revival from the hands of Doge, but unfortunately Kerbo's there to shut him down right away.
But at the beginning of that fight, Kitelol took down Jonga with one headshot, and there was no Cocoon, because again, it got burned early on, so it doesn't matter what happens in this fight. Indiana Tech had already lost it, so now we're past 55%, and UTD have not been shunted from the point. Jonga will have a Karmic Revival to make this fight go even longer, but it might just mean that UTD have a one-way ticket to 99% if they can play their cards right.
Kerbo has a very important job. Not only can he have to go for these faraway heals, but he has to keep an eye on windows and see exactly where these Karmic Revivals are going to come from and assassinate them right as it happens. He's got to be that backline support as well. Kitelol's going to help out, of course, and be the primary factor. But all the while, UTD, they're taking down Indiana Tech one by one.
82% and counting, and only one fight left to go, and Jonga hasn't gotten the opportunity to use that Karmic Revival. P. Dougie just pops like a balloon in the middle of using that Meteor M to try and shut down Bob's ultimate, and it doesn't come to fruition.
Portal.
Indiana Tech are only going to get one more chance at this. They're going to go for a strange TP coming through. A little bit of peacocking as well from the front line to try and bait out a little bit more aggression, force a little bit of positioning here. We're going to see Kerbo dashing on through, but dies before he's going to get the ultimate. That's a lot of healing taken off the field, but where is Jonga?
Oh, goddess of death! That's an assassination! Bullet to the head! That's gonna be Doge gone, and now Doge with the revival. Can he go for a Karmic? No, 50%. Jonga's gone once again. When Doge is there to help out some of his teammates, it will be a revival. He brings back his team! Can it be enough? Indiana Tech! They are fighting tooth and nail to keep this first point. And let me tell you, it didn't go well back on Hell's Heaven. Domination hasn't been their strong suit. But Report holds on tight, waits up above, looks for Kite, cannot find the final hit. That's another Psionic Seduction instead. Taking him down, that's gonna look good. That's gonna find more. UTD finding Indiana Tech. Hidden away, though, will be the Doctor Strange, but unfortunately, he's under cardiac arrest.
Why were UTD banning Adam Warlock this whole time when Doge has hands on the Golden God? What is this? Like, Kite and Doge are finding these key pickoffs just in the neutral that are deciding the entire fight. They're forcing Jonga's Cocoon early. They're just outright putting Jonga down in the middle of these Karmic Revivals, and they're forcing so much positioning that Jonga can never really get the opportunity to pop the ult on his terms like he wants to. We're seeing 4 deaths on the side of Doge, but every single one of those was cocooned right back up, or, ended up being inconsequential. 100-0 on Warrior Falls, the outlier, like you said, and now UTD only have to win one more sub-map, and they can take us to a map 5, and these two are going to be a lot more similar than that last one.
That's right. This will be the big important factor. You win out the decider as the first map. That's great for UTD, but again, like you mentioned, if Indiana Tech can take the second point, they're very likely to get the third themselves. P. Dougie's no longer on the Magneto, recognizing now more forwards aggression for a much more wide open domination point is the way to go. Something's got to let go here for LeetCode, who swapped away from the Vanguard from last match and is now a full strategist on this rocket.
They need to try and use this Venom to deny Spaith from either Kitelol, which Dougie has managed to find. Should be able to confirm this kill here.
Oh, no!
Kitelol actually gets away and gets the health pack, and Dougie has to double down and commit, and we will be able to find the KO here, but UTD are going to get the res and the point off the back of that, and Dougie is so far deep in no man's land right now. As the res comes out, and UTD back at full strength on the point with the soul bond, and Kite gets his revenge.
I can't believe Kite made it back and took down P. Dougie. A staggering Venom in a position like this for Indiana is simply no good. You don't want to be in this spot at all. You pretty much have to peel the rest of your team from here.
And it's just not working out for Indiana Tech. Jonga gonna opt not to use the Cocoon and just die and respawn with the rest of the team, but we're gonna see some more stagger KOs coming out as Agmo takes down Rhymi, and more damage coming through with these iron volleys. Kerbo gonna fall as well, and P. Dougie out has the Feast of the Abyss, but is going to be on a diet for right now because, again, there's not going to be any follow-up. We're just ticking up the percentage for free for UTD. They have nearly a full house of ults. The only key difference here is Twisted is way ahead of Bob on that Fate of Both Worlds as Bob burned his in the previous fight. That is Indiana Tech's one and only win con.
One and only win con here, but if Indiana Tech play their cards right, they may have more ults overall. That's 2 expended already from UTD's side. Psionic Seduction is out, and the Cosmic Yarn activator is underway. Can that be enough to help leverage the odds and keep UTD winning on this side? The answer could be yes. Jonga unfortunately does fall when the revival is out. Karmic Revival, on the other hand, though, will be in UTD's favor. But in the return, it is more and more ultimates. Kraken Impact is out. Kitelol again evades these 1v1s superbly.
And UTD back at full strength, but Indiana Tech threatening to try and go for a cap here, so UTD have to give up the space. Doge again has hands, taking down Twisted, and now the Goddess of Death raining down Hellfire from above, gonna take down Rapport, the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, to save his life, but it's too little, too late. It ain't a life worth saving, and a nice little escape there from Kite Lol. The Houdini himself gets back to the rest of the team, and we are at 99%, and UTD have nearly done it on Baron T'Challa. Doge gonna fall, though, forced to burn the cocoon, and suddenly there is a path forward.
Oh, the attempted assassination finally goes through. A dedicated Meteor M against Jonga. UTD, once again, we had our doubts of whether this would be going well for them, but Indiana Tech have fallen asleep on domination again.
It looks like it's going to be UTD just walking away with it off the back of some key pickoffs from Kite Lol. It looks night and day from what we saw on Spider Islands. The first two maps were close, within inches of each other. Spider Islands was not close, but neither was this map. And I think that just goes to show how evenly matched these two teams are, but both have flaws, both have strengths, and there are two key strengths for the side of UTD. It's the Adam Warlock from Doge, and it's Kite Lol on that Hela. The neutral KOs that they were able to find throughout dictated the entire pace of that fight. That one fight way back where I said, all right, we've got all these ults online, except the Fateable World's advantage is on the side of Indiana Tech. In the middle of all of that, again, Kite Lol just goes super aggressive, finds Jonga just sitting out on the side there trying to play for the Karmic Revival if it's needed, and forces out the cocoon early on, and is able to get back to the rest of the team, live to tell about it, and the Karmic Revival doesn't come through. And meanwhile, you see Doge pop his, and again, UTD instantly back to full strength. They look so much better on this Adam Warlock comp, and again, I beg the question, why the hell were you banning Adam Warlock this whole time?
I mean, a lot of big role swaps happened over on UTD's side. We were seeing Liko go from Vanguard into Strategist. We saw, I believe, Aurora go into the Vanguard role this time around. It worked out well, but again, the pool and the strats are deep on the individual level. It feels for UTD when they can play more individualistically, and domination is very beneficial in that aspect. But when you go over to Convergence, or when you go over to a Convoy where you need to work together as a team in a singular funneled field, that's where they start to fall apart. I need to see them play more defensively in Game 5.
Well, Game 5, it's going to be Indiana Tech's map pick, and, you know, I pose the possibility of just going to Yggdrasil Path and essentially playing the same way that you played on Spider Islands, and, you know, just getting the better of that particular style. I kind of feel like that's Indiana Tech's, like that's the clearest way to get a victory here in this map 5er. But this match so far has already more than delivered on the promises we made at the top of the show. I cannot wait to see what happens.
I really can't wait to see what happens either. My best guess would be that we see a Psylocke either get banned or be the biggest win condition possible for UTD. But really, who's to say? Game 5 is going to be it's gonna be a party.
It is indeed going to be a party, but one that we're gonna need some time to put some streamers and stuff up for. Don't go anywhere, chat. We're gonna cut to a real quick break. We'll be right back with map 5. I promise you don't want to go anywhere for this one.
All I seek to find is a world that's mine. you free my mind. Follow the light of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
Did somebody say Game 5? Maybe? Did somebody say Wenzel's Farms?
Did anyone say Hollow Jalia is our map 5?
You know,
I sure didn't.
Hold on a second. Wait, can I go on a small rant before we go to Hollow Jalia?
Sure, wouldn't be the first time. Let's do it.
Of course, first of many. Why isn't Wenzel's Farms a map in this game?
Anyway, so we're going to Hollow Jalia.
Oh, come on!
Which is interesting. It's interesting that we're going back to Convergence, even though Indiana Tech did win on Convergence. It looks a lot more close than it did on Convoy. I would have kind of liked to see them just go to Convoy, to be honest with you. Like, Yggdrasil Pass was right there.
Yeah, it'll be a close affair overall, but I'm sure Indiana Tech has something up their sleeves. They're bringing back that comfortability of the Adam Warlock pick. I could see maybe that being a factor in having play domination early on. I don't know. I'm not in the servers. I'm just going to sit back and relax and think about Wenzel's Farms.
Well, Indiana Tech are going to have to be thinking about what they've done, as they've already let the Hella Protect come through. Star-Lord Protect I like, but... what are we actually gonna be getting the better of here? Is it gonna be Rapport on the Star-Lord, or is it gonna be Keitel on the Hella? As both have had masterclass games this series. And again, on a map like Hollow Jalia, I kinda give the edge to the Hella.
Yeah, normally 9 times out of 10 I'd give the edge to the Hella like in a vacuum, but Rapport really just looks strong on Star-Lord, and I don't want to say mid on everything else, but definitely there is a decline.
Yeah, I mean, he also looked very strong on the Winter Soldier, which so far has not been banned and has made it through every ban phase.
Yes,
so.
but like the Winter Soldier's good, right? Because like the hero is good, but like the Star-Lord's really good as a character too. But I feel like Rapport just takes it to another level.
Namor Protect. All right, so we might actually finally see the team up come to fruition as Indiana Tech chose to try and go for the Luna Snow ban instead, which I honestly. I don't hate the Luna Snow ban because it does kind of force them out of their comfort zone, but you are at least a little bit shooting yourself in the foot because you're not going to be able to put the idol onto Rapport and just not really have to worry about healing. You will have to look up into the skies and try and pocket your Star-Lord a different way. There's other ways around that, like you can kind of just shoot some of the rocket heals up there, but that's not necessarily as reliable as just utilizing that share the stage. Nevertheless, though, they want to try and force UTD to be the first ones to flinch. Venom ban gonna come out. Okay, yeah, P. Dougie gave it the old college try, is done with Venom.
Yeah, no Venom, no Jeff from the very beginning. Don't have to worry about him. The Emma's banned. I honestly thought maybe we'd see the Adam ban just because of Indiana's history with the hero, but UTD played it so well as well that, you know, after assassinating the entire backline strategist, you need to rely on something like him.
Well, I mean, I feel like you're not as, you know, eager to reach for that just because of how well Doge played the Adam Warlock in the previous series. Like, honestly, one more performance like that and you're pretty much home free. They're not even going to go for that, though. They are going to go for the Rocket, and it looks like the Invis, at least for now, on the attacking side. Over on the defense, we've got something a little bit more reliable here. Actually, no, sorry, it's going to be UTD on the defense and Indiana Tech on the attack here. So this is where the Hella Namor team up really starts to shine, is like, you kind of just have that, we'll call it a nest up on the high ground. Oh, is Kerbo gonna get anything with this? Are we gonna see it?
No way. Is this gonna happen
I've fallen
again?
victim to this before. Okay, too low. Let's go a little bit higher there, buddy.
The first time this happened to me, I was like, what the heck happened?
Same. It's like, I
How
literally
is this
just
not patched
exploded.
yet? Is this even legal in NECC?
I think NetEase is just leaving it in because it's funny, but it's
It-
not
it
going to
is
find
funny,
any
I'm not
early
gonna lie.
frags right now. So Aurora is just going to be able to play that one high ground, and then you also have Kytlo playing a much more forward position here, at least to initially scout and try and see what Indiana Tech are going for. A teleport play from Raimi is going to be a good way to circumvent this, but you can see the Tridents coming down from Aurora. It's already been scouted. They know this is coming.
Really curious to know your thoughts on the Cloak and Dagger pick, too. I feel like she's fallen out of favor due to her slow maneuverability.
I kind of, again, like, I feel like you're shooting yourself in the foot not having a Luna Snow. Like, Cloak and Dagger is still really strong, but Luna is just better and also better for the playstyle that you're going for. All that said, like, although, like, there is still a decent neutral healing for the Star-Lord with the Light Daggers.
The Light Daggers is good, too, but you're leaving yourself such an open target with someone like LeetCode's Captain America. Not that you would know that Cap was being locked in when you were bringing Cloak in for the initial fight, but I imagine this is going to be a quick swap-off after the first peel.
We got Kite Lol just forcing Indiana Tech into this little cubby right now, and UTD just holding the door, bullying them, pushing them into the locker, and Raimi is going to be the first one to fall, and UTD, at least initially with a successful defense there, the teleport for Rapport already taken down, so no way out for you, homie, my friend. It's time to put up your dukes and fight.
Oh, your Dukes? Like Daisy Dukes?
Nope, it's a totally different thing.
Are they really?
Have you ever heard the phrase "put up your dukes" before?
No,
It means, like,
I
you know,
haven't.
put up your guards. Like,
I
what, like, it's a
legitimately have
boxing thing.
never.
No, okay, all right. It basically just means you're gonna have to throw some hands, all right? Which
Sure,
is what
I got
UTD has been
plenty.
doing this whole time.
All right, Invisible Boundary is out now. Feast of Ultimates has begun through the corner, though it's going to be the cleanse off the hands of the Agamotto. It's a 3K for Raimi after the first initial assassination, brought it back in spades. One heck of a comeback from UTD, shutting things down. I love what LeetCode could do here with his Freedom Charge. He isolates out that Cloak and Dagger, but unfortunately then, there is going to be the defense of Raimi on that Doctor Strange to make sure that strategist does not fall. Kerbo does have Fate of Both Worlds set up and ready to go. Portal is back out though, and LeetCode gets away off of great comms.
Free healing as well. We're gonna have that Meteorite coming out from downtown. Egmo shuts down Kerbo's ultimate, and that's another reason why you don't play the Cloak and Dagger. It's such an easy target for a Magneto who is hitting these dunks. Egmo hasn't been hitting them all day, but hits them when they count.
I can see the idea that maybe you would want to try to go for the cloak and dagger and use your Fatal Bolt. I'm sorry, the Eternal Bot. I always get those two mixed up in my head. Use that ultimate to skirt away into maybe the small little building to deny the Meteor M's control, but unfortunately, that's always a fool's pipe dream and never quite works out the way you would hope. Report, though, does have Galactic set up and Legend set up and ready. Unfortunately, does evade past the shields, does take down Windows. Will not have the strategist heals in the back line. Luckily, though, the BRB does respawn them back in. Unfortunately, though, Kite Low now on the Doctor Strange also falls at the same exact time.
And there's not going to be a teleport because they already used it. So now we're going to see the Angela swap coming out. Horde of Proteus from Aurora is not going to find what it needs to, but it does split Indiana Tech off, at least for the time being. But Aurora, now split off himself, has to use the bubble to try and get back to safety as UTD continue this retake attempt. Meteor M now going to come out from P. Dougie on top of that invisible boundary. The bubble to protect, keeping the defense alive. And there we go. Now Kite Low back on the Angela is put and twisted in the washing machine.
Oh, I think this Angela could be fire. I love this anti-dive approach. It's giving hints of Spider Islands, but looking a lot more confident. There it is. That's a great start. Egmo does get the finisher, but Kite Low did the majority of the work. This is still tough for Indiana Tech. 20 seconds are left on the clock, and they still have not gotten a single tick.
Not even in a single tick. Agamotto going to come down. Meteor M, though, going to soak up a lot of the damage that would come out to try and follow it up, so we're not going to be able to find anything off the back of that. And the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier going to come out as well from Bob. Over shields for all. More ults coming online for UTD, and as we approach OT, Indiana Tech are out of tools. Heaven's Retribution and a Horde of Proteus on top of it. Indiana Tech able to dodge, at least for now, but they are living, they are not thriving, and they will be perishing one by one if they don't get the heals there. Kerbo going to be the first one to fall, and now there will not be enough heals to sustain this offense. They have to find something big, but it just isn't coming. The invisible boundary coming out from Doge. Raimi is going to fall, and the Monstro from Aurora is doing all that it needs to. Not even a tick for Indiana Tech as Jaga comes back with the invisible boundary, but they step off the point. They're not able to keep this one going, and the offense crumbles. UTD are stalwart on defense and set themselves up for an easy win on Baron and T'Challa.
What a fantastic turnaround from Spider Islands. Even if it is a domination point, it is what UTD excels at. They're able to play farther away. They don't have to be funneled up like you would on Convoy. You can play more for yourself, and you're able to take disadvantaged positions off of Indiana Tech so wonderfully. I love the fact that we saw the Angela finally come out. I love that Lee Code has the flexibility to play for himself off the hands of the Cap, and maybe even sometimes the Rocket Raccoon. But it really goes to show the UTD, when they have a little bit more room to play with in terms of map presence, they really truly excel.
Indiana Tech are not going to have any room to play with on the defense for that matter, as they weren't able to get even a single tick. They're going to come out not with the Doctor Strange, but with Captain America and with the Magneto. I don't hate this because it does give whoever dies first the opportunity to make that swap over onto the Doctor Strange, but they have no choice but to try and play for the draw. And in order to do that, they have to try and play, again, hokey pokey with the point. They've got to play it perfectly, just the same as UTD did. And one key frag from Kite-Lol or for Aurora, who both have the tools to get themselves nestled up into a high ground position with sights on the back line, could put this all to bed and send UTD to victory.
Let's see how it plays out, though. No early portal from the hands of UTD to get that first tick just yet. Looking to maximize their time. Egmo on the Magnetos. Going to take the blue house building roundabout.
You can already see the silhouettes up on the other side. They're trying to shut down that high ground that you know that either Kite-Lol or Aurora want to try and get to. Big damage coming out from Egmo.
Oh,
Junga's already dead. That's the whole backline gone. It's over. It's cooked.
It's it. That's it. That's it. We see the turnaround, UTD. It was not looking great in the first few games, and now they brought it back. That's the first hit completely. One by one, they all fall. The backline destroyed by the hands of Liko, the unsung hero. The Captain America, completely unexpected. Indiana Tech falls.
What a masterclass on the defense of Baron and T'Challa. And I mean, I don't want to harp on this too much because, you know, what's done is done. But I still got to say that Indiana Tech, I think, lost this on the map pick. You had to try and go to something where you had the advantage, and this wasn't it. The picks and bans didn't go your way either, letting the Hela and the Namor both get through and having to play up against that and never really being able to dislodge either of them. Still not being able to deal with Kite-Lol, who played perfectly when it came to the Vanguards, opening things out with that strange TP, and knew that he had the option to swap to the Angela to get back fast, even when he died. So much invested for Indiana Tech, so much to try and put UTD down for good, but they just couldn't dig a hole deep enough to keep them down, and UTD kept coming back for more. Even without the Atom, even without the reses, they would not say die, and they do not concede an inch. And despite a really poor showing on Spider Islands, they make the next two maps back to back look easy.
They found out their key to success and they were able to capitalize on it. Unfortunately, Indiana Tech, they took the wrong lessons from the games that they had won and doubled down in the wrong aspects. They didn't realize that it was going to be their domination points that were the biggest struggle, and they didn't correct their mistakes from the very first game, came and bit them back in the two games that they had lost at the very end as well. Very impressed again with the malleability from UTD. The fact that each and every one of the players that we had seen from this team had a large litany of heroes, a pool, if you will, an ocean that they were able to dive in from and still have the chemistry to bounce off each other. That's something that's very tough to build up, especially in the collegiate scene.
And it's also a fair level of individual talent on the side of UTD as well, because we talk a lot about the highlights that Keitel was getting once he made the swap over onto the Hela and was able to play it with essentially a shooting gallery. Homie was playing Bloons tower defense, basically, and Aurora, the level of flexibility. Like, this duelist line for the side of UTD looks stellar, but when they fail, Doge was also making clutch plays on both Hydra, or on Hell's Heaven, and on Clintar. Like, there is a secondary line of defense for this team. There is still pop-off potential even from the back line, and that's not something that you're going to see in a lot of these teams. A lot of teams, especially at this level, are going to be playing for just trying to get that duelist diff and try and win off the back of that. But if that fails, what next? If you're Indiana Tech, it failed this time around, and a couple of these swaps just didn't play out the way that you wanted to, and at the worst possible moment, your back line just crumbles, and the front line can't make up that deficit.
Well, speaking of crumbling, so is my stomach. It be rumbling. We're going to have to take a small break while we get our second series set up. Don't go anywhere. NECC Division 1, it's wonderful to see, but we have so many other divisions that we need to cover, and we need you to come join us. But my eyes are also burning. I got to go get some Buy Blue Light glasses. So I'll see you in a little bit. guess what? My stomach is full. We've gone to the farm, we've come back, and we got ourselves 2 new teams from the livestock to see how well they can do up against each other. CB, are you excited?
I'm very excited. Your stomach might be full, but I'm still hungry for a little bit more Marvel Rivals action. And specifically, I've got a taste for teams fighting for their very survival right now. As we've got 2 teams very similar to our previous matchup, just from the other group in this same division, fighting for their very lives in this matchup here. As we have Texas A&MU Maroon going up against SFU Scarlet. SFU Scarlet currently sitting at 3-2, while TAMU Maroon 1-3, but those 3 losses all come from the top 3 teams in their respective group. There is still a chance that they could make top 4. They need to beat SFU Scarlet in order to do it.
It's a make or break moment, and like you were saying, survivability is what makes it the most delicious part. I really can't wait to see how things are played out. We saw a lot of tumultuousness in this other Division 1 series that we just commentated, where it really came down to domination games versus non-domination games, whether that be Convergence or Convoy, being the dominant forces quite literally for both of these 2 teams. I'm hoping it's not as black and white in this series. I don't think it will. It's kind of rare for that to happen. So I'm really hoping we see a melting pot of Convoy and Convergence wins for both teams.
And these are also 2 teams that we haven't really seen a whole lot of on this broadcast. So they are going to kind of be anomalies in terms of what their actual power level is. You know, if you look at just the scores, you're probably going to be like, oh, well, SFU Scarlet, they've got the better record. They've been playing better this time around. You know, they're more likely to be the favorites here, but we don't actually know how they got to where they got. We didn't really have time to dig too deep into their win-loss record over the very quick break because we had a 5-map series on our hands previously, and I kind of hope we have another one here. I hope this is another case of 2 very closely matched teams with very interesting styles that can play off each other and make some fireworks.
Well, you're saying that we should bring our blankets because we're going to be here all night. It will be a long adventure. That's okay. I got my little hoodie that I will use as a makeshift blanket here. Because if that's the case, I'm fine with that.
Excellent coverage you're getting there. I say you got almost 40% of your body covered there.
You know
I like
what?
it.
There's a lot of warmth.
You'll survive
here.
the winter for sure.
Oh, for sure, for sure. The summer harvest did not go well. This is all I have to eat for the winter too.
And you can sneak into Wenzel's farm, maybe get away with a couple meat sticks to help you get through the winter. I think that'll be yeah, and some buy blue light glasses that'll help you see them.
Oh, John Wenzel, please save me.
Well, as we get the lobby populated with these gladiators for today, Texas A&MU Maroon, like I said, trying to fight for their existence. I want to go a little bit back over their win-loss record so far as we have a quick look at how we got here. There are 3 losses coming right out the gate from Northwood University. That's the team that has, you know, the FlyQuest Frontline, Fate, and Terra. You're gonna lose to that team. Like, I'm sorry. If you're in this division, you're probably going down to Northwood. Their other loss comes from North Georgia Blue, the other currently 5-0 team, I believe now 6-0 after Northwood had to forfeit. And then the other loss coming from CSULB Gold, the 3 strongest teams in this division, and you fall to them. There's no shame in that, but you have to try and make that one up. And if you want to try and keep your playoff hopes alive, you have to get these wins where you can get them. And SFU Scarlet is not going to be an easy Titan to tackle.
I mean, hey, on the bright side, you could also argue, too, that if you're going down to the top 3 teams of the league, right, you're getting some of the best scrim experience possible if you look at it from that orientation. You have so much footage to look at. You have so many compositions that you can simulate for yourself and counterplay. Going to Krakoa first, not a bad option to try out something new.
Now, iron sharpens iron, and going over the top three teams, you have been spending some time in the grinder. I'm curious to see how Krakoa goes. We talk a lot about how domination can kind of, set the trajectory for a lot of these series. Where at least, you and I, we've seen a whole lot of Hell's Heaven. At least we're going to kick things off with something new this time around, and I can't wait to see it. But Krakoa can be another one of those kind of weird ones where, with Hell's Heaven, they can be very similar in the way that the 3 maps play. You get kind of a little bit of similarities on Baron T'Challa with Warrior Falls being the outlier. With Krakoa, it's like 3 totally different maps.
That's how it should be. It reminds me way back of the Yggdrasil, the domination map, where you would have Odin's Archive, you would have
we don't speak of Odin's Archive anymore.
No, Odin's Archive was terrible. But what were the other 2? There was Royal Palace, Odin's Archive, and there was the last one. It was something Forest. The Forest one. They were all completely different too. This to me feels like Krakoa is a reimagining of what the developers wanted that original map to be like. Just, more balanced.
Yeah, and not completely shunned by the community as they have embraced Krakoa and the diversity that we see throughout all three of the submaps. It does very much so bode well for compositions like Jeff, which we have seen a fair bit of, especially in
A
Division
lot.
1 where we have some people who are capable of piloting the Shark to quite a fair bit of success with some mixed results, maybe a J9 happening here and there, but sans that, some pretty decent Jeff play across the board in Div 1.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the newly coined J9, I like that. But hopefully we won't see that a whole lot longer, though it was on a convoy map, and that's going to be after this one. But I gotta say, on domination, I think Jeff can be very strong. Most of Krakoa, he's pretty decent as well. I think there's maybe one or two specific angles on different points where he might not be the most fortuitous, but we'll have to wait and see what the picks and bans look like to see if we even encounter a Jeff at all. Again, both these teams, relative unknowns in our books. We don't really know what we can expect to see in terms of what lock-ins or bans should look like. But if it's anything to look after from just the meta in general, CB, I would be surprised if Hella makes it through.
I would also be very surprised if the Hela makes it through, because I've talked a fair bit about how if you want to try and shut down that Hela Namor team up, you want to ban the Hela because she is strong on her own, as we saw from Keitel in the previous series. You're not going to see a whole lot of people coming to the dance with a Namor just solo a la carte, unless it's trying to be, this kind of anti-dive sort of style. Right out the gates, both these teams know how good Jeff can be on this map, so SFU Scarlet is going to say nay to the Shark on this day.
Yeah, that's right. The Horse Shark is completely gone. We'll have to wait and see if there's anyone else to gallop their way through. What can Texas A&M ban out here? And again, they're going to be the more interesting team just because of their experience so far in the league. Will be interesting. The Captain America ban is an interesting start. They're looking, I guess, to go anti-dive.
I do think that this is also another kind of strength ban because, Captain America and Venom collectively and also individually are both very, very strong when it comes to this map, especially on Cradled. Venom has a lot of high grounds on the ceilings that he can just drop off from and get some big damage, and Cap can just run around that map for days. Venom Protect from SFU Scarlet, they say if you're going to take Captain America off the field, we still want one of our dive tanks, and damn it, we are going to take one.
Absolutely. Texas A&M taking a different route, though, with the Emma Protect, ensuring that they can have some defensive potential to help the backline. Punisher will be the next one to go. I can imagine now keeping some shields alive and not whittling away with a shotgun against the Venom 2 for that anti-backline will be a very strong result.
Let's see what the next ban is going to be for Texas A&MU Maroon. It's going to be the Mantis. Again, just kind of banning what's sort of strong. I'm not sure, again, we don't really know what SFU Scarlet's style is or if any of these are target bans, but I do kind of feel like, at least initially, Texas A&M do kind of have, they have an inkling of what SFU Scarlet wants to play, because just based off of that Cap ban and the Venom Protect, SFU Scarlet wants to play fast and they want to play aggressive. A Rocket Protect, I think, is very interesting. We're not going to see the Animal Crossing backline with Jeff already banned out, but Rocket has kind of started to come into the forefront of the strategist lineup after the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier buffs, so pretty solid all-around choice, and honestly, I'd probably even put him a tier above the likes of Cloak and Dagger or Invis Woman at this point.
I would too. Winter Soldier, unfortunately, the best duelist around, will not be making an appearance in this next matchup. Next one will be, though. I'm curious to see.
Will be, though?
Maybe that'll be the next hero.
They were going by pretty quick. Okay, Groot ban. Interesting. Okay.
I think a lot of these aren't target bans, CB. I think a lot of these are just comfort bans.
Yeah, I'm also kind of getting that vibe. You do kind of go for the, try to shut down the dive tanks, but after that, it just kind of gets into okay, let's ban the things that we don't really feel like playing against. I don't really want to go against the Mantis damage boost. Sure, whatever. Let's get rid of that. I don't really feel like getting walled off by Groot all day, so we'll ban that one out. Unfortunately, that means, as you see and I see, and we're both looking, or we were until Dio made a swap there, the trusty Helena Moore team-up has made it through the ban phase.
Has made it through. Not sure how effective the Namor is going to be on a large open map like this. Don't get me wrong, he's strong, right? But the fact now that you have no real no dive against you besides, I guess, the Psylocke and the Venom, yeah, they will find some impact against the Monstros, but it won't be the biggest thing in the world. I'd be more looking at Kale Salad. That Penny will be super duper strong against that Psylocke specifically.
Surely the penny doesn't stick. Surely that's not what we're actually going to walk out here with. I know people like to go for this for, the Doctor Strange kidnap play, but I don't see a Doctor Strange. Homie got left back at, there we go. Yeah, we're gonna make the swap off. Yeah, they left Doctor Strange back at Comartage. We were not gonna be seeing anything coming out there. I think that was just a little bit of spawn room trolling. A Magneto is a little bit more par for the course alongside the Emma, good old-fashioned Devil Shield frontline. You love to see it. Nothing too special about it. No power windows style composition.
That's a shame because I think Penny could be fantastic on this site specifically. You have to angle the Penny mines perfectly right, make sure the Rocket Network finds its full fruition. But again, if you're against someone like a Psylocke who wants the backline against your strategist, she is a perfect counter to her.
We're going to see SFU Scarlet also coming out with a Mr. Fantastic, so very interesting composition coming out from both sides. Ice Arts coming out from Cow, taking down that Psylocke early on, and Texas A&M Maroon already looking pretty solid here as the Monstro from Dio is going to take down the Venom on the other side, and this should look the first cap coming out here for Texas A&M.
Very quick shutdown from Texas, like you're absolutely right. That's going to be the stagger now from the Emma. It's going to take a little bit for Scarlet to find their footing once again. They're attempting to peel, but Texas A&M is denied the opportunity. They want to stagger SFU even more.
Now we're going to have Kale Salad going in and just finding two. Busy Bee
Another
and
crazy
Icy Surfer.
Magneto.
It's so crazy. Like, Magneto is just such a good tag. Like, I still feel like Magneto is sleepily the best hero in the entire game, especially when you consider what you're just able to do in the neutral. Yeah, because Meteor M is just such a high-value ultimate that can shut down so many things if you play it right. The skill ceiling is so high, but if you can touch that ceiling, you will dominate an entire game. And right now, Kale Salad is already kind of reaching for it.
Won't be that longer for Kale Salad to quite literally hit the ceiling. That Meteor M has been built up to 64%. Wix again has fallen, and I believe they have died the most out of the entire lobby thus far. They have not been able to find impact on this Psylocke. Horn of Proteus is out though, does not find a ton of impact, but unfortunately Ankle does fall and does get revived by the BRB Beacon. This is the chance now for SFU Scarlet to find their attacking prowess once again. The Venom is pushing in aggressively. My Mind's good for 3, removes the majority of the site. Ankle does have Goddess of Death available, but does not choose the proc it yet.
And speaking of high-value Vanguard ultimates, the recently buffed Feast of the Abyss is able to get the anti-heal and find the KO onto Cow through that Fate of Both Worlds. Again, skill ceiling is really high, but if your timing is good and the follow-up is there, you can make magic happen, and My does just that. SFU Scarlet flip the point at 58%, and Texas A&M Maroon do have more tools. You can hear the teleport plays coming out. They're trying to go around the backside here and set up potentially for a Goddess of Death play, or potentially even a sneaky back cap as they nearly get it halfway there. I'm now going to try and pressure down Anki on the other side, but Anki getting the better of it.
Surely that Goddess of Death comes out here. There's not really any direct counterplay on FC Scarlet's end to use it other than Icy Surfer's left click. There is now the Star-Lord instead of the Psylocke. That could help quite a bit, but not a lot of damage otherwise. It's going to be a blast gone through. All of SFU Scarlet have gone beyond the Goddess of Death's range, but only one was caught in the blast. Into Galactic Legend underway. Hidden behind, though, Meteor M tries to shut down the Star-Lord and unfortunately does not connect.
And with one swift dagger there, Anki puts him down. Great play for the Meteor M to soak up all that damage and just play a little bit of a ring around the Rosie around that Spire there, and we're not able to get any value out of that ultimate. We even see the Strange TP come out, but SFU Scarlet are just going to abandon ship with that one. They're not ready to commit that one, and they're just going to come right back out, hoof it back to the point with no real win condition here. Look at their ult bank. They're going to have the Feast of the Abyss, but that's really it.
Yeah, ult tank isn't great. Their only way of creating space is gone with My being gone. Isn't there enough time to revive and even get back in? You're going to have to go back to the spawn room, and it's still going to take a while for Venom to get his footing onto the point itself. 5 seconds left. Is there time? The answer seems to be no. It's a desperation push from Wix, and even that doesn't last very long. Did he create enough space and enough time? Mai's back onto the point. He's going to be bringing out his tendrils. But even through all of that, the environment itself in the middle is going to save the day. Mai falls yet again. And the survivability of SFU Scarlet is not looking good. Can they hold on here? Maybe. There was the Fate of Both Worlds and that attempted to hold on tight. But unfortunately, Ankle now solidifies point 1. And Texas A&M never let go of the advantage.
And that was the map I called out at the top of the show when we saw that Krakoa was the map pick. That was the map where I was like, this is such a good place for the Venom because you have the ability to jump up off of the high grounds from the low grounds. The verticality of Cradle favors the Venom so far. But the problem is, they were never able to leverage that because Texas A&M Maroon just swarmed the entire map. They had full map control, and the Venom, if anything, got caught out of position more often than not. The Fantastic wasn't ever there to assist with all that much of anything, and we talked about it as well. Wix dying 5 times that map and only 1 Galactic Legend to show for it, and all of it got slurped up practically through a straw into the Meteor M by Kale Salad.
Oh, I don't know if I like that. Slurp? You're not wrong.
Slurp. That's the sound. That's the sound the Meteor M makes when it's slurping up all the damage from a Star-Lord.
Oh. That is a visceral image I cannot get out of my head, but that's okay. My mind can be just as visceral with the Feast of the Abyss. You're gonna have to bring that up fairly early. And again, the prime target off of that ultimate has to be the back line. Cow and Lacerta need to be the ones to affect the most. That's gonna be tough with my already taking so much damage with the round just barely starting. Hello?
Yeah, homie's gonna need to be put on an IV drip for some heals there.
Press
Heals?
E.
I'm looking at the health bar.
Press E! Shield!
He can, but he wants to save that for when he goes in for the dive. So
He
now
should've
he's actually healed
already.
back up and is going back in there. He's got the Feast of the Abyss, but Wix has already fallen.
That's okay, he did get healed. As a Venom main, I won't say too much. Regardless, though, things are looking great for this initial first fight. SFU Scarlet are coming in with all their boxing gloves on. There is the revive off the hands of Cow, and we're not going to see the fate of both worlds just yet. Goddess of Death, however, will be a change of pace, and that is instantly going to be a snipe onto the other duelist of SFU.
They do give up control of the point, but it's only going to be 7% so far accumulated for SFU Scarlet, as Anki now with the reinforcements they're going to swarm, and Texas A&M Maroon will take the point, and only 13% will be what SFU Scarlet can walk away with. And I like some of the swaps, and I like this map a little bit better for the Mr. Fantastic, but it's just not bearing any fruit right now. The harvest is not harvesting.
Yeah, to me, this isn't necessarily a hero diff. It's more of SFU Scarlet not coordinating together as a team. But again, we're still fairly early on in point 2. That can easily change. There just needs to be proper comms and playing together as a squad. Kale's the first to go down on this next push. That is an incredible start for SFU Scarlet. If they can leverage those odds and hold on tight, make it work underway, that'll be a way to bring things back. Fate of both worlds on top of Feast of the Abyss is met with an Ensong's Inferno, and my god, SFU Scarlet have gotten their bearings together. No peels yet for Texas A&M, an incredible stagger as well, but there is time to buy here.
And SFU Scarlet are finally able to get themselves on the board with no strings attached this time. Now they have control over the point and can actually dig their claws into it. The problem, though, is the ult economy. They used a lot just to try and find that flip, and now they're not going to have anything to hold it. The teleport's coming out again. You can hear the chimes going off as Texas A&M Maroon playing as a cohesive unit. Going to try and take this high ground. Now Anki and Dio are both going to be set up there nice and tightly to rain down the damage while Kale Salad tries to hold the forward positioning, but a lot of damage coming out of the Magneto, and he gets cleaned up.
Simply no heals at all from Texas A&M. Kale Salad was left out on an island. Everybody else was descending from down below, did not want to take the risk to keep their Vanguard alive. That created the most space.
And that's going to be SFU Scarlet taking the lead now. And Texas A&M Maroon, they have to wait for Kale Salad to try and come back and try not to stagger out while he comes back as well. As Astrala, you can see, trying to put some pressure on, a little bit passive, but now does have Dio isolated there. Meteor M going to come out from Kale Salad, though, trying to find a backliner. Not going to be able to find pay dirt with it, and even still, there is a BRB there, so a res can potentially come through for SFU Scarlet. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier now going to come out early on.
Back to the attempted cap, 75% now, SFU Scarlet. Goddess of Death has been called for the return. Again, caught off guard! That's Wix gone! That's another down for the Vanguards. Texas A&M are bringing it back now. It's been a battle of waves. The macro has been dominating both teams and their strategies. The Venom falls as well. But luckily for SFU Scarlet, just as Texas A&M had been in the same spot only 40 seconds ago, they have time to buy.
85% though is a window of opportunity for SFU Scarlet to potentially pop the Doctor Strange TP if they need to. Texas A&M Maroon have to try and be wary of that. They have to keep their heads on a swivel and make sure that if they get one early frag that they think they can parlay and snowball into a full hold here, they have to watch out for that strange TP swap. They also have to give a fair bit of ground as well, letting SFU Scarlet walk forward, as Scarlet have the ult advantage as well. Feast of the Abyss could be an opening salvo here. Fate of both worlds is to try and live it.
Yep, here comes the retread. Feast of the Abyss, as you mentioned, CB. Now Ensong's Inferno will be the next step, trying to wait out the fate of both worlds, but unfortunately it lasts simply too long. Meteor M does not connect. We're not seeing nearly as many LeBrons in the second series as we did the first. Luckily though, just pure skirmishes, the neutral slowly going to the favor as FFU Scarlet. But the more time that waits away does not stop the timer up above. It's Texas A&M taking things slow, allowing a little bit more distance gain for SFU Scarlet. Just so now, 96%. They have the bodies to take this back fairly quick, but they have to do it now.
Oh, Unky wants to try and find this KO so badly, but he's not going to be able to get it. Has to use the bird to try and get out of the way. Kale Salad able to find a frag onto Busy Bee somewhere else on the other side of the map. And even though Anki lives for so long and finally gets dispatched, it still kind of feels like SFU Scarlet are at a disadvantage now. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to try and even up the score while they wait for their strategist to come back into the fold. But Busy Bee is going to make the swap onto the Doctor Strange. So the Rocket Raccoon is the only healing, but the Raccoon on the other side has already been dealt with. Meteor from Kale Salad. Find Ice Berserker.
Oh my god, never mind! A magic bullet, that's huge! 99% and SFU Scarlet taken back. What the hell was that?
That was, homie took a stab in the dark and hit the heart, but it still wasn't enough as, you know, with Anki out of position and again trying so hard to find that KO to make the flank worthwhile, and it just doesn't come to fruition. Kale Salad gets the biggest KO he possibly can, and it's still not enough. It does force the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier out from the side of SFU Scarlet, so that's one tool they will be bringing forward, but they don't really mind, as they still have the Feast of the Abyss, they still have the Brainiac Bounce, they still have ways that they can make this fight last and potentially tip it in their favor if they can just find that one opening KO, and there is a little bit of a window of time. If you look at Cow and Lacerda, 53% and 63% respectively. If Texas A&MU Maroon don't act fast and try and find an early advantage in this fight, SFU Scarlet can capitalize and take the first cap.
Yeah, really these three ultimates on the board will have to be the defining features of this opening play. I can imagine now Brainiac Bounce and Feast of the Abyss off the hands of the Venom, and Zaps the fantastic Ruby, the leading way to get in and take that snowball control, overextend beyond the point itself, and take this early fight right on the choke that we see Dio at. But no, instead, SFU Scarlet are going completely around. They are abandoning the site and they're looking to take a retreaded step in a different direction.
Smart against this kind of pseudo-double hit scan composition to just try and play with the cover of the waterfall and get a better position here. So now they don't really have control over the high ground due to Texas A&MU Maroon, so they can't play for where they want to be. And now the Brainiac Bounce is going to force them off onto the low ground, and that's where SFU Scarlet wants to take the fight.
There we go, Brainiac Bounce, overextension once more. That's going to be the opening two picks, and very valuable ones at that. Won't be much longer, though, till we say the others of Texas A&M fall the same exact way. Jag, unfortunately, not long for this world, and everybody's on separate timers to respawn.
SFU Scarlet able to do that relatively cheap. We talked about that Feast of the Abyss. Well, that's still going to be online. They only use the Brainiac Bounce, and now we've also got an Endsong Inferno, so you can just couple that for a good 1-2 punch and find, at the very least, 1 or 2 easy KOs there, even potentially through a Fate of Both Worlds, which Cow is now going to have, but is it going to be too little too late, and have they scouted it? They certainly haven't scouted out Mai's position, as he is nestled in Jeep and apparently has an invisibility cloak.
Keep in the back of your mind now that we have Fate of Both Worlds ready from Cow, and Astral just achieved Meteor M. Just a while now to see if that denial will come into fruition. Big pushing opportunity for Texas A&M might not happen. Got us to death though. We finally see the ult. Astral brings out Meteor M and it does not connect. It hits against Dio instead, so the ult lives.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers are great counters to that Goddess of Death, and as the Feast of the Abyss comes out, Zap's just going to be good for 1 as well. Everybody from SFU Scarlet getting involved in the KO feed, and Texas A&MU Maroon are just not able to leverage the advantages of their comp, as SFU Scarlet just won't let them get set up in the high grounds where they want to play. And Anki keeps trying to go for plays, but is getting checked now by Mai, who has the space to play the way that he wants to, and we're just not seeing Anki clicking heads like he was on Cradle.
Yeah, it's unfortunate now. Just so much health on both of these Vanguards. The shield capabilities of Astral just make it so tough. And if they're directly in your face diving, just like the way Mai is, you're not really able to off-angle and take these profound shots against the backliners, against Texas A&M either. Plenty of ults available now. I'm looking at Zaps on that Brainiac Bounce. Here it comes. We see Meteor M, unfortunately, does not find a lot for the backline, and Ensong's Inferno doesn't really do a lot either, but definitely helps warm up Zaps off the hands of the double kill and the Brainiac Bounce. OT now, could be the finale of Game 1, just a matter now of seeing if these bodies will continue to descend their way into the Nether Realm. Jag is barely holding on, and unfortunately, Aoki does fall. But Kale Salad, soon to go the way of the Dodo, leaves it now only 2 left alive for a quick portal from Dio, no longer on the Namor.
Region Domain, though, does come out from Cow to try and keep Dio alive for a very long time, but not long enough, as it's just trickle coming in one by one. Texas A&M Maroon coming to try and get the contest, but one by one is not going to be enough to mount an offense, and Krakoa belongs to SFU Scarlet. The Grove and Carousel, I mean, Carousel was pretty close, but the Grove was not. We're really seeing a tale of, I mean, as dumb as it sounds, a tale of 3 submaps, whereas Cradle went to Texas A&M Maroon decisively, and SFU Scarlet never really got out of the gates. Once they were able to find that momentum on Carousel, they were able to ride that the rest of the way. And a big part of that was Zaps on the Mr. Fantastic. I said the harvest wasn't harvesting, but if there was a map where it could start to bear some fruit, it would be Carousel. And that is what happened. And he carried that one over onto the Grove. And well, SFU Scarlet are going to be walking away with map number 1.
Got to give props from in between map 1 and map 2 that we saw Wix and My really step up their game. And by that, just play more evasively. Wix stepped back from the Star-Lord and the Psylocke, making sure that they don't instantly die every engagement. And My played a safer Venom in the 2nd and 3rd maps, ensuring that they played more of a defensive role, protecting their team, rather than going for pure offense and looking for stray picks.
And that's also kind of why I you know, for Texas A&M Maroon, they're kind of showing why I don't personally like the Helena Moore team up, because it's really, really good right up until it isn't, because you're locked into trying to play that playstyle. And obviously, you know, you can flex the Namor onto another hero if you really, really want to, and you can just try and keep the Hela for raw damage. But at that point, you've already used your Protect, and you've like, what are you doing here? Like, what's the whole ban phase for if you're not going to play the things that you have picked, banned, and protected around? You're just kind of like forcing yourself into an unflexible situation where SFU Scarlet, they can adapt, they can make some changes.
Yeah, and they certainly did. I have grown a little disappointed from the Hellas that we've seen today. Not really through the fault of the player, but just it's the wrong opportunity at the wrong time. And it's just that there are times where, again, Hella's biggest strength can either be playing a devout backline or off-angling to get quick snipes against those squishier heroes. If you're not able to do that, and the Vanguards are completely leading the show, that really has been the storyline for Division 1, is these Magnetos and Venoms making sure that some of the strongest heroes in this game cannot find their individual prowess.
And I'm a firm believer that Vanguards are often the ones, you know, driving the whole ship. We're going to see a lot of the duelists in the frag feeds, but it's going to be, especially when it comes to, like you say, the Magnetos and the Venoms, that are going to dictate the entire pace. That's why Texas A&M Maroon came right out the gates with that Captain America ban. They knew that this is the style that SFU Scarlet like to play, and did their best to try and cut the legs out from under it. But Venom is the stronger of that duo, and for damn good reason. And My showing that in spades. And like, yeah, sure, you have the counter dive utility with the Dirge, you know, with the Helena Moore team up, but if you use that ability already and you're not able to find any damage, you're not able to convert that into that one crucial KO that you really need to try and get that chain reaction going, again, you're locked in place. You have nowhere to go from there. You don't really have the opportunity to just make a swap, because suddenly you're not able to play the strategy that you use the entire pick and ban phase for.
It's true.
Hala de Jalia is where we're going to go, and they will have another opportunity, but I worry that this is bait, because we saw Helena Moore on this one in the last series, and it's very conducive to that play style. I think we might see it again.
Yeah, you think we're going to see that same play style? I'd be happy to see it. Whether it works or not, I simply cannot tell you. It would just be very fascinating to see how well this defensive structure works out for either one of these teams. But the way it worked out last time in the last series we got to cover, it was a very, very quick map.
It was, and it was in no small part due to that team up. Like I said, it's very, very good until it isn't. And I think it's kind of telling if they do carry that from map 1 onto map 2. It makes you a very one-dimensional team. And if you don't win this one, well, we already know what you're going to try in map 3.
That's right. And yeah, I mean, the conduciveness was big in the last series too, where one team won a lot of domination maps, the other team won a lot of convoy and convergence maps too. So maybe we can see this go to a 1-to-1 scoreline, but just the way Marvel Rivals, you know, the cookie cuts itself, we'll have to wait and see whether or not if that winning team can bring things over to convergence too. If that goes to SFU Scarlet, I think this is a 3-0.
We're going to see SFU Scarlet going for another Jeff ban right out the gates, and this time not going for the cap, going for the Venom instead. I think that's smarter, but it does still, you know, give SFU Scarlet the opportunity to protect the cap in America. So it's kind of a pick your poison kind of deal. Like, both are really strong. I'm just kind of the mind that Venom is the stronger of the two. I think it's wise to try and go for the ban there, even though, yeah, that shot right there from SFU Scarlet, you were staring right down the barrel of that the whole time.
Yep, there it is. Captain America reserve, making sure that they can have that dive capability as well. We saw how strong it was before earlier today. Freedom Charge is such a good way to have that sustain. Banning out the Mantis and the Punisher makes a lot of sense. There won't be as much hit scan capabilities off of, say, another Goddess of Death coming out.
Potentially, and I think if you're Texas A&M Maroon, I think you have to protect that Hela to make sure that you do have the opportunity to that if that is what you're trying to play for. And the picks and bans look very similar. Ooh, okay. No, I like this. I like this because, first of all, it's not Hela Namor, even though it's strong on this map. I want to see this team have a little bit more flexibility. Protecting the Bucky is a great way to do it, and there is no way that we're going to ban out, you know, both the Hela and the Namor, so you do still have the opportunity to switch to one of those two. We'll see what SFU Scarlet decides to go for here with their last ban. I still think a Hela ban is likely, but if left on the table, could be a good tool.
Yeah, no Punisher available, a Namor ban instead, possibly for the over-defensiveness of the Monstros. I think that makes sense. I could see Hela being the final piece of the puzzle here to ban it out, but without the team-ups, she's not nearly as strong. She's still pretty strong, though, in the right hands, but given what we had seen in the first game, I think it's going to go not that way.
I still think that she's generally very strong. Like I said a few times, like, of the two of the Hela Namor team up, Hela is the one you're more likely to see solo right now. Namor kind of only exists as a counter dive kind of tool, and going for the ban SFU Scarlet, you know, they protected the cap. They want to play something a little bit fast-paced, a little bit aggressive, a little divey, and they don't want to have to worry about any Monstro getting in their way. But the Bucky making it through means that there is, in my opinion, an even more powerful anti-dive tool on the field for the side of Texas A&M Maroon. Make it two, in fact, as Emma also got protected as well. So, you know, honestly, like, I'm kind of feeling like, you know, Namor is that toy for anti-dive where it's like, I don't want to play with you anymore, right? Like, I got new, cooler, better toys now.
That's right. Winter Soldier is so strong for anti-dive. He could just melt down crazy high HP heroes in this game, but I'm really curious to see if that's going to be the case. May's rocking the Captain America now. We do see the return of the Adam Warlock instead. I'm curious to see if that's going to be a consistent factor throughout this attack, or if this will just be for the first point. I am a little worried about this Psylocke pick, though, CB. We saw its attempted effectiveness back on Domination. Didn't really find a lot, but with this being a more condensed area, I think the Psylocke could maybe find more impact.
I think it's generally a pretty solid, albeit risky. What worries me, though, is the Mr. Fantastic from Zaps and the ways in which SFU Scarlet are going to have to close the distance. A Strange TP is going to be a good option, but they really only have one good crack at this.
One good crack, but keep in mind there is 3:45 on the clock. That means there will be one more attempt near the OT side, but you don't want to get to that point if you don't have to. Kale Solid's been also one of the best Magnetos we've seen so far in NECC, and we could very well see why in just a few moments. Mai's up above. Look, the snipe down on the off-angling Phoenix. Luckily, though, does have the help and the rest of the strategists to ensure that this Captain America's effectiveness is null and void.
And Zio finding that early KO onto KWix, just like you said, or UX. A lot of big damage coming out from the backline of SFU Scarlet as well. Mai is getting a lot of work done, though, is able to take down the Winter Soldier on the other side. And it's not exactly a clean defense so far for Texas A&M Maroon. They're scrambling all over the point right now. They're spread out.
But on the bright side, though, a minute has bled away, and there hasn't been a single tick so far from SFU Scarlet. So that is good, but now we get to see Fate of Both Worlds. No, yes, a Fate of Both Worlds nearly coming out. Are my eyes deceiving me? Only Icy Surfer now does get one, but Lacerta was on the Fate of Both Worlds Cloak and Dagger instead. Invisible Boundary is out, still playing for the stall. At this point, Wix, 86%, wants to go for Dance of the Butterflies.
And well, he's going to have to wait his turn as the rest of the team is dealt with. And again, not even a tick given up, so a good hold for Texas A&M. SFU Scarlet have a lot of tools coming into this next one, though. The Dance of the Butterfly might not be the first one that comes out, as UA still has a little bit of percentage to go, but it is going to be one that they're going to have to keep in the back of their minds, will Texas A&M Maroon, because look at those strategist ultimates, 23%, 25%. There is not really anything save for some S-tier patty cake that's going to save you from that one. And honestly, even if you had one, the Brainiac bounce or the Eye of Agamotto could have baited one out regardless. There's a lot
Absolutely.
coming online.
I'm looking at maybe using those ult in combination here for the next group fight. Estrella has to get a perfectly timed Agamotto in order to stun the majority of these players up on the other elevated platform for it to work out. Instead, a butterfly happens immediately. Does it find any impact? The answer is no. Zaps does not go for Brainiac bounce until now. Having everyone in the same spot does take the volley up to the next level. Mai's there for the follow-up, already using the freedom charge.
Gonna be the first tick given up on over, but that's most of the tools for SFU Scarlet already used here. They're not gonna be able to get much more than that just yet. A minute and a half still, and there is more work to be done. Zap's going in trying to hunt down this Invis woman. Will eventually find her, and that should be enough to get that second tick, but there's that strange TP now gonna come out, but there's a lot of dead members of Texas A&M Maroon, and you can see Zaps, the bouncer, quite literally holding the door, not letting them through that teleport. There is a contest on the other side though, but the frags are all coming the way of SFU. Sonic Seduction and a Invisible Boundary to try and keep Texas A&M Maroon in this one, but now the Eye of Agamotto is going to be free real estate.
Mr. Fantastic is a pseudo Vanguard. He's great about playing that tank and blocking off entryways just like that portal, even though it was a great idea from Texas A&M. Unfortunately though, having so much HP up against you creates a giant wall, and you're just not able to get back into the fray. SFU had brought the convoy.
And I called out the Eye of Agamotto being free real estate. Well, he didn't even need to use it. In fact, just kills two with his own fists, does a straw. And now Texas A&M Maroon, sure, they're going to have that that Eternal Bond now as a defensive tool. We're seeing Cow actually make the swap over onto the Loki, so they might actually try and play for a double Eternal Bond, but we got some work to do to try and build that God of Mischief. And SFU Scarlet, with all of those stagger KOs, just recharged all of their ultimates. So everything that they spent in order to get that point, they've got a hell of an ROI now as they're able to find Cow there early on.
Oh, we're bringing
And
the business
again, just in the neutral.
All right, let's see how this next business meeting goes. Luckily, though, for Q3, things are going to be fantastic for the quarterly reports from SFU. They have all of their ults available now. And with a staggered KO off the hands of Cal, it's going to take a little bit for them to get back into the fray.
They're brandishing 6 ultimates and saying, we dare you to make us use one. And so far, they haven't even flinched. Something's going to have to give for Texas A&M Maroon. Freedom Charge is going to come out early on, and Texas A&M Maroon have to try and react to this. And now there we go. All the ults, though.
My God.
And they get nothing.
It is just a game of stall and nullification. Every ultimate you could possibly think of brought out at once, and only one, maybe have 2, no 3 bodies have died in the process. Finally, the meltdown has started for the longer lasting ultimates. Zaps and SFU are finding the bulk of this impact, however. Kale is barely alive and only a few punches away from the inevitable, leaving now just the Phoenix by themselves. And they themselves will unfortunately meet their demise as we see SFU Scarlet take a very quick .1.
Jag nearly digs them out of that, though, with the Kraken impact, but it just doesn't do enough. And, I mean, again, the ult bank for SFU Scarlet, even though they don't use the Brainiac bounce or the Eye of Agamotto, which they'll be able to carry on over to the next fight, was just such an insurmountable thing to try and deal with that Texas A&M Maroon just didn't have the space to try and make it happen. If they had maybe taken another fight earlier on, or potentially not had that stagger onto Cow earlier on, they might have been able to have the room to try and play for a little bit of respawns, but it just doesn't come through. Brainiac bounce is going to force them to play even farther back, and even if this doesn't find a KO, which it won't, it's free cart progress for SFU.
Right, there it is. Small nuclear bomb coming out from Dio. That's going to be the Psionic Seduction. That's going to be Cow following up, potentially now off the hands of, yep, there it is. Eternal Bond will be out, and that's going to create a wealth of distance. But guess what? There's no Magneto, which means there's no Meteor, and there's shut down that ult.
Yeah, but it's also a kind of forced commitment there from Cow, who I think popped the God of Mischief in the middle of that Brainiac bounce and realized, oh, we don't actually need this ultimate right now, but I'm locked in. I have no choice to use it. So they roll out the red carpet with the Eternal Bond, and Texas A&M do retake a lot of that space, but again, they don't have the strategist ults when they're going to need them now. Once again, the Eye of Agamotto is free real estate. Astral hasn't been forced to use it just yet, but now, again, we'll have a prime opportunity to.
Oh, but Dance of the Butterflies is out. Do you want to risk it when you have so many of your friends lost? Maybe not.
This is what I want to see, though, from Texas A&M. While they have an ult advantage, even if they don't have the strategist ults, especially, in fact, when they don't have the strategist ults, they have to try and go aggressive and make the first move and force SFU to react. And Anki does just that on the Psylocke. Nearly gets a little bit big for his britches and forced back to the rest of the team, but does get out alive. But now the ult bank is firmly in favor of SFU, and Texas A&M still have to try and make a play and force reactions out of SFU and not the other way around. But Freedom Charge comes out first, and Texas A&M, the window is already being shut right in their face.
Yankees Dance of the Butterflies is good for 3. Can Wix do the same? It's looking unlikely though. Eternal Bond right on top nullifies out the ultimate. Poor timing from their part, forced to repeal themselves and get out of dodge. Zaps does have that Brainiac bounce. We've seen how great those ultimates can be in creating that space, but he's holding on to it, and so is the Eternal Bond. Right around the choke point though. There's only one place left to get to this payload, and it's the very finale. There is no checkpoints left, no way to extend that timer. 30 seconds left on the board, 2 strategist ultimates available. Oh, but both are used at once! Brainiac bounce, Eternal Bond calmed out to use in unison, driving back these defenders into their own spawn, making sure a lot of damage can be applied at once. Unfortunately, neither one of those have ended up with any KOs. Invisible boundary to create that distance again. They're gonna have to play this very smart. Maybe they're not expecting to go to a 3rd point. They have to find a way to create that space, get these KOs now and create that land. Yankees good for another, Wix falls, and so for a double. That's gonna be more of the power players of SFU gone. Zap still survives, and so does another Vanguard. Busy Bee is an inch away from death. Take that a mile away to heaven. And I don't think there's a chance SFU can bring this back.
It's going to be all Texas A&M in the kill feed, and that will be where the card stops if they can just deal with Mai there. That does buy enough time for the portal to come out. Regen domain as well, so there is an opportunity for SFU to try and make a play happen. Texas A&M, they use all their ults to try and stabilize before. They don't have the tools online just yet. Wix doesn't have the Eye of Agamotto, and we're trying to play for this Kraken impact. Eternal Bond gonna come out. Anki gonna find first blood, and there we go. Finally, Texas A&M will definitively shut SFU Scarlet down, but a Freedom Charge means that they're not done quite yet. Mai, as resilient as ever, let the sounds of freedom ring out, but steps off the cart just a little bit too far to try and claim safety. And the cart, despite a last hurrah from SFU, will stop just shy of point B, but I gotta call out how good of a job in the penultimate fight Tamu Maroon did at spreading the fight out so that there was still some contention on the cart, but a lot of the resources for SFU were pushed very far forward. So even though SFU win that fight, they don't get a whole lot of cart progress off the back of it because the cart doesn't move while the fight is going, and that's crucial because that buys Texas A&M the time, the space, the breathing room that they need for Anki to go in and make that big play with a Dance of the Butterfly at the tail end there as we start to approach OT. And even though they struggle to take down Mai and the teleport does come through, it's still just good enough.
Do want to highlight Jag and Anki for really stepping it up from game number 1. The Psylocke that we're seeing from Anki and the impact off of the Dance of the Butterflies is insurmountable. They have been the biggest playmaking moves we have seen from anybody in this server and has dominated a lot of the big peels that SFU Scarlet were forced to maneuver in positions where they certainly didn't want to.
We have the Luna Snowband, but there is still a way that you can pocket a Star-Lord, and I can see SFU Scarlet on the defense leaning towards it. And Ultron Drone is just as good as that idol, if not better in some cases. Plus, you also get the damage, the triple strategist lineup. This is going to be a difficult task for Tamu to break.
It's going to be hard for Busy Bee too. Anki for sure is going to want to target that Ultron as an easy meal for this Tiger to go after. It's going to be up to somebody, whether it be Astral or maybe even Icy Surfer, to have to take those duels, whether they want to or not, against the Psylocke and force them to flee from the back line.
Anki in a bit of an unfavorable duel there with Mai, who's got all the healing that he could possibly need, and repels the early onslaught there from Texas A&M Maroon. I struggle to call it an onslaught because we haven't really fully kicked off yet, but now in this tiny little hallway, we're about to, and Wix is going to be the first casualty.
Yeah, so far the duelists have been better on Texas A&M's side. Wix, unfortunately, did have a slow start back on domination. They did step it back up towards the end, but same case in point. They've struggled to find impact here on the attacking side. And a defensive Star-Lord, I just have my reservations about. Mai forced the peel back, has to go for the heals, was a resurrect out, and Wix is finally back into the fray. So much chaos happening inside Purple Building that even though Kale Salad does fall, it will lead to an immediate recharge back for both cats having to swap over.
Yeah, all those resources to try and find the KO into Kale Salad, and it means that the cap nearly comes through, but with less than an inch to give, SFU Scarlet are going to try and reclaim all of this space, and with a KO onto Lacerta there, they should be able to do just that. Cow gonna fall as well. Wix gives his life to make it happen, but it does happen nonetheless.
Yeah, very nice work overall from SFU Scarlet. Keep in mind, too, that there is no Mr. Fantastic for this defensive side, so you won't have that same defensive capabilities like we saw when the sides were swapped. Though I will say, My, his maneuverability has been great about pincering out a lot of these 1vx duels. It's just a matter of keeping My alive here along the hands of Astral.
Straw with a strange TP, and Tammy Maroon going to go ahead and flip the point here. They're going to have some ults to try and brute force this the rest of the way. They've also made a couple of swaps. Rage of Ultron going to come out early on from Busy Bee, and in a small corridor should be able to find the damage, but are we going to find any KOs off the back of it? It looks like no. Kale Salad is getting super low, but has the life support he needs. My has the freedom charge, and is once again going back in with the fist flying, not forced to pop the ult just yet. An invisible boundary from Tammy Maroon means they want to try and play this one. Or can you see the Venn diagram coming out as the invisible boundary on the other side means SFU Scarlet have a safe haven for now.
Triple ults stacked up at once. That's going to be Emma. That's going to be Cloak and Ultron. All trying to find maximum impact. But if they can just wait it out, Wix can bring out Galactic Legend with almost no counterplay, except for a single set of shields. But there it is, though. Agamotto right on top. It's chaos all over. Still, that final tick has not been achieved yet. Wix finally does all the Galactic Legend. It's good for the double kill. Jag is there trying to break up the treads, but unfortunately, again, a near team ace. Wix gives his life for the ultimate, but was it enough? It nearly was so. My is now dueling out one other Vanguard. Can he find it? The answer could be yes, but chooses to opt over to the one that's creating this mess. It's going to be the Invisible Woman.
Crucially, though, that Kraken impact from Jag almost was the hero play again, but Wix says no, not again, and finds the frag mid-leap for that Kraken impact reset. And just like that, again, by the skin of their teeth, SFU Scarlet are able to hold on, but they don't really have any ults to try and make this one happen. So they are on the precipice of losing this whole thing here. So My has to make a play. Gonna try and force some positioning out from the side of Tammy Maroon, or at the very least, try and force them to temper their aggression. But one KO on either side could decide this entire map. Or potentially the Rage of Ultron as Busy Bee is inching very rapidly towards it.
SFU Scarlet's already won game number 1, and the fact that they could win a domination and go over to a combo and converge, and win that out would be huge. But these are more fights again. The Wrath of Ultron is finally out, pushing all of Texas A&M to the wayside. There's an attempted push. The ult cycling's looking great. If Texas A&M can survive for just a few more seconds, they could have the chance to get the final tick. They're already halfway there. Agamotto might have to be a desperation play as the bodies come closing in. These walls have been scary. Invisible boundary is abound. And there it is. Agamotto's out. What did it find? I cannot tell. Freedom charge in return. Psionic seduction on top of an eternal bond. Anywhere you go, the floor is quite literally lava. And through it all, we're looking at a Meteor M just about to proc out, just to stall down this overtime timer with an intergalactic legend and a CYA. It's every ult you can imagine at the same exact time. And yet through it all, not a single body was lost.
Well, 2 of them just fell, and it's very crucial ones. Lacerda gonna be the 3rd, and there's no backline left to keep Dio and Kale Salad alive. But they still get stepped off the point. The tap comes through. Texas A&M Maroon, despite being on the winning end of that fight, they give up the positioning, and they end up losing the point.
Unfortunate there. Wix, though, at the very tail end of that Galactic Legend, found quite a bit to work with and took a lot of bodies down. And now, what's the plan? It's still going to be this lead in, but there's not a lot of dive capabilities off of Texas A&M.
The plan is we fly by the seat of their pants. All right, we've been given a second lease on life. We shouldn't have capped that point, but we did anyway. We just got to take what we got and parlay it into something. Maybe potentially bait out this Eye of Agamotto, which, by the way, you called out that the Eye of Agamotto came out from Australia, but it actually got hit with the Carbon Crush from Dio and canceled outright. Huge frag coming out from Jag early on, take down Wix. Gonna burn that BRB early on. Rage of Ultron gonna come out as well. But if Tamu can live this, which unfortunately they're not gonna be able to, they would have had an opportunity to get some momentum going, but it's stuffed.
Yeah, and when you lose Jag in a fight like this so early on, there's really not much the rest of Texas A&M can do. That's going to be the tip of the spear, and when it's dulled down, you have to rely on Ultron or almost exclusively Kale Salad's ultimate to create that distance, but it's just simply impossible in a land like this.
Anki with that Rage of Ultron, just trying to pressure back My, but with that Freedom Charge is not going to be feeling the pressure at all. Sonic Seduction now going to come out. Shield to try and stop from being seduced by the feminine wiles, and an invisible boundary. The Venn diagram going up on both sides, but Tammy Maroon have nearly bled the coffers dry. The Kraken impact from Jag should be next on deck, but the Eye of Agamotto is going to stun him out. Huge push coming out, and Kale Salad with a big KO. Jag does fall in the midst of it, so no Kraken impact, but Tammy Maroon might not need it as the Eternal Bond has laid out the red carpet, and Tammy Maroon are marching forward now. They have finally broken this hold, and now they have momentum.
Momentum finally given now. Keeping Jag alive needs to be priority number one. Put all of your resources into him. Meteor M is available, waiting off the hands surely of one of these strategist ults to come to fruition to shut it down. When will it be? Who will it be? Looking more and more like the answer could very well be the invisible boundary of Icy Surfer, but when it comes out, it will be a while. Rage of Ultron is available from Busy Bee. A defensive Ultron always makes me nervous. You're flying high in the air, you don't have a lot of protection compared to everybody else, yet through it all, it seems he's relatively safe, playing overly aggressive. Meteor M is out, and Busy Bee takes down Kale Salad.
Strange CP though gonna come out, and the Galactic Legend already used halfway up before anyone comes through. The regen domains go out, but unfortunately, no one is going to be able to get the touch in time as there's just too much pressure. The fear of God in Texas A&MU Maroon. And SFU Scarlet will take Hall of Dajalia. And I feel like the big problem that I'm seeing here is that Texas A&MU Maroon are just too afraid to go first when they have momentum, when they have an advantage. Even if it's not an ult advantage, they have to be the ones to make the play. But if you're going up against a dive composition or even just one dive hero like Mai, who has the ability to set the tempo and force his team to go first, then you're always going to be playing reactive. You're never going to be in control of the fights in the way that you really, really need to be. We wanted to see that Kraken impact from Jag be huge, and it just didn't come out when it really needed to, because he goes down to the Eye of Agamotto, because Astral goes first with it. And as Tammy Maroon are trying to mount another offensive, Zaps pops the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. They go first with that ultimate, and SFU Scarlet are able to retake all of that space. And by the time Jag is back with that Kraken impact, there is no one around to bolster that offensive, and everything just crumbles.
It does crumble, and when you put all of your stocks inside of one player, it's incredibly tough when they fall early. We see this a lot of times with different teams in Marvel Rivals. You focus so much on distracting the front line that there's no players to help break it up or even go for backline control. There were no dives. There were no backliners like a Psylocke that could stealth their way through the back. No Squirrel Girl to backline and shoot nuts into the backline of the enemy team. It was all frontline versus frontline. And when that enemy frontline could not be broken, it seemed like there just weren't any ideas.
Well, it is not a terrible Squirrel Girl map. I'd say you'd have to be nuts to try it, but at this point, if you're Texas A&MU Maroon, maybe that'll be what gives you the initiative that you need. But we're going to throw to a quick break real quick before we come back with our potentially final map. Map 3 is on deck. Chat, don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
said this could be the very last map of the day, CB, but there's not enough time in the world for me to eat my Wenzels. I need to have more maps.
Well, luckily for you, or well, I guess luckily for me actually, is I can scarf them down pretty quickly. You know, I can
Wow.
have two. I can take down 2 or 3 in just like a quick little 5-minute break like we
I
had
like
there.
to take my time.
I think we even cut it short because these teams got some Wenzel's dinner plates ready to go. That's just a big mountain of meat sticks
Well, I want one.
on a plate ready to go. Well, you know what? You're gonna have to try and catch your invite. We're gonna be going to Yggdrasil Path for what could potentially be the last map here, and I kind of expect that we might see a little bit more of the same problems rearing their ugly head from the side of Texas A&M Maroon. We saw a flash of brilliance early on Krakoa, but we haven't actually seen that come back pretty much ever since Cradle.
No, I'm inclined to agree with you there, and I'm wondering now with the counterplays that have been introduced from SFU Scarlet, they looked really good after they discovered, okay, well, this works. And because Texas A&M, they've faltered, I'm wondering, I guess I'm answering my own question here. Do you think this is a 3-0 for SFU?
I've been given no real reason to suspect otherwise, because like Hollow Jalia was not really close. Like there was a kind of respectable defense there on point C, but point B was kind of nothing, and point A also just kind of collapsed as soon as SFU Scarlet were able to get themselves in there. There was a yeah, like there's that, and then there's Cradle, and that's kind of like really the only things that you have to hang your hat on if you're Texas A&M Maroon. And the big problem is just that they don't seem to want to take the initiative and set the tempo of these fights, and they're just kind of letting themselves be at the mercy of the game that SFU want to try and play. And if they keep that up, then there's no map in the world you could possibly take SFU to that you're going to beat them on. They're just going to dog walk you wherever you want to take them. Something has to change, and there is no more time for it to change. It's either going to be a reverse sweep or a 3-0.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what that change is going to be. It's got to be the same issues we've seen earlier today. It's just offensive pressure was lackluster, but if there's a way to start it off and make yourself have the advantage, it's going to be Texas A&M capitalizing on these bans. We do see Jeff, though, getting banned out by SFU Scarlet to start things off. Not bad, no more pocket pals for the backline, but this first ban, I think, is going to be everything for this matchup.
We're also most likely going to see a 3-3 on the defensive side from the likes of SFU Scarlet, because they seem like a well-practiced team who would like to go for something like that. So that's another thing that Texas A&M Maroon are going to have to try and adapt themselves around. Are they going to be flexible enough to be able to deal with that? And also, are they going to pick and ban around that? Or are they going to try and go back to old reliable and just try and pick and ban for points B and C? Looks like they're going to stick to what they've been doing at least so far, ban out the Venom. You're obviously going to see the Captain America Protect coming out from SFU Scarlet, most likely, unless they have a set strat for Yggdrasil Path, but my mind's been playing the dive heroes all day. I see no reason to fix it if it ain't broke.
Yeah, I can't imagine the Captain America doesn't get reserved, and there it is. Otherwise, it would be a much slower offensive pressure, and I think that's really what we saw the struggle with way back on Domination, was a lack of that concise control. SFU shook the rust off and got their act together, and they've been dominant ever since. Luckily, they don't have to worry about Punisher.
And SFU Scarlet, you can tell they're winning the mind games as well, because they haven't changed their ban phase one iota since Krakoa. The only thing that's changed is they swapped out the cap for the Venom when Texas A&MU. They decided that they have to try and ban out the Venom because he's the stronger of the two. Mantis ban as well, and please do not protect Hela. I saw much more success when Anki was on the Psylocke. I don't want to see the Helena more on this map at all. This is not where you bring it. Okay, Bucky.
I'll
okay
take
with
it.
that.
I am not a fan.
I'll take it.
I'm not a fan of the Mantis ban at all for this defense, though. I don't think Mantis is that strong in Yggdrasil. I think she has great moments, but I think just in convoys in general, it is not a Mantis mode for her. I think she is so good on domination, but I think that ban could have gone to so many other options that were more beneficial.
So I'll kind of disagree because of the Mantis Groot team up, and I think Groot on the defensive side in these 3-3 stacks does benefit quite well from having the Mantis there. I think there's a lot that you can do with that, but outside of that, she's not the best. Like, for that kind of like utility strategist, you're more likely to see people reaching for like a Jeff or an Adam. These two teams not reaching for either of those. The Jeff has been banned, and nobody really wants to go for the Adam Warlock just yet.
Could see
but
the
I would be
Ultron.
curious to see. Yeah, we've seen a fair bit of the Ultron, which is a little bit behind the times, to be honest, but it still works, especially if the other team can't really take you out of the skies effectively.
Yeah, I can see that. I think Ultron does have a lot of effectiveness on the attacking side of Convoy. The fact that we got to see it work well defensively does speak volumes, I think, against Texas A&M, but, you know, that's neither here nor there.
Interesting.
Okay.
Surely this changes. Like,
This is
on the
such a troll.
defensive side, to go with the Storm. I mean, damage boosted hella play.
Stay strong.
Not against Attacker Storm. Again, I'm just not a big fan personally of defensive flyers, but if Dio can make it work and have the maneuverability to help out Anki, I'm not against this.
Well, like, I don't hate defensive flyers because you do at least have the benefit of being able to play behind cover and being able to set up around the angles that you want to play and then force positioning in order to be forced out of it. But there's better options than the Storm. Like, that's where, I mean, you ban the Star-Lord, but that's where, like, traditionally, like, Human Torch would be really, really strong. He's not quite as in favor as he once was. You can see SFU Scarlet with Zaps on the Wolverine. They were expecting a spawn hold, but it's not coming. So now we're actually going to see Logan going in super deep all by himself and looking to wreak havoc on Tamu's backline.
Yeah, very curious to see if Zaps is going to target Dio, and that Storm won't find its effectiveness. It's really just a kid in a candy shop moment for the Wolverine. He can go for pretty much whatever he wants on the back line. Jag is no longer on Duelist, does fall. Dio was once a Namor, is now on that Storm. They will be the ones holding on the line, but Anki also falls. Yeah, I agree with you, CB. This is not it.
Yeah, and no Rocket, no Adam, no Rez, no defense. Point A pretty much.
It's very
pretty much
old
conceded
school
entirely.
2024.
Yeah, like it feels like a few steps behind the meta, and like you know, there is still an opportunity that they can try and make something happen with this, but Zaps is still lurking in deep and hasn't been seen. And there we go, Feral Leap is just gonna scoop Kale Salad up, and the mag bubble just gets burned right through. And easy frag coming out, easy first point cap for SFU. And Tammy Maroon, I mean, their drawing board it's just scribbles. I gotta be like. They can go back to it all they want, but I don't know if it's giving them the right advice.
Yeah, I mean, immediately, Anki needs to go back to the Psylocke. Even on defense, where it might be harder to find impact, you need something to drive away Zaps to have his effectiveness in the front line. Targeting out the strategists in the back would promote them to fight more to the midline.
Mega Hurricane is online for Dio, so that might be a way that Tamu can try and buy their way back into this, but SFU Scarlet have the tools to be able to parry it, so it shouldn't even, like, realistically, this shouldn't find a KO, even if you open the fight with it.
Have to wait and see how this plays out. I just hope we don't see a stack up of strategist ultimates. That would be the throw of the century.
So much space already given up, by the way. We're already playing around the last corner on point B, and we haven't even seen blood yet on point B.
We haven't. And it's really now going to be a game of chicken, depending on who brings out which ultimates first. Strangling Prison, Meteor M, met up with an Eternal Bond. It's going to be no. Oh my god, it was the stack up of strategist ults.
Yeah, everything coming out for the side of Tammy Maroon. Omega Hurricane, though, going to come out, and now that SFU have stacked it up as well, Fatal World's going to come up from Busy Bee. Huge Groot Wall as well.
That was everything!
Well, it's enough for Tammy to finally get themselves a fight win. Zap's going to be the last one to fall here, looking to try and take someone down with him, but going to be potentially a lonely death for this Wolverine here. Okay. Nearly found the KO onto Cow. Was nearly greeted that a little bit too hard, but you're absolutely right. That was just about everything save for Zap's last stand.
And even then, though, stacking up ultimates like that, okay, I think having them swap over to different... I want to see what Cow swaps do. Okay, if you're going to stack up strategist ultimates and you double swap after that, I think that's fine. Never mind. I'll take back what I said. It was everything brought up by Texas A&M. Get a little nerve-wracking from here. Zaps does have last stand available. If he can snipe and go for this assassination, looking like he's trying to get that set up for the back line, that could absolutely assassinate the Rocket and or the Invisible Woman.
Sonic Seduction coming out early on from Jag, but SFU Scarlet can't smell the perfume today. Zap still has the passive, goes for the Fair Leap though, but sniped out of the air by Dio, brought right back to life with the BRB, but that's one key resource that's already used. But crucially, the last stand is still online, and with no ults on the other side, Zaps could potentially have a fight winner here.
Yeah, but now we see the CYAs up and available now. Extra damage will be huge here, especially up against the last stand! but who's standing when you're knocked down to the ground? That's nearly 3 now for Zap. Could that be a 4th? The Storm's out of position. It might as well be a KO. Zap barely gets out of dodge.
15 HP, but the damage already done, and I don't think there's going to be a contest coming out here for Tammy Maroon, especially with them losing Cow late on there, who's holding on to that invisible boundary. Gonna have to play that one for point B, and this is looking very similar to Hollow the Jalia. There's an opportunity for Tammy Maroon to get their feet back underneath them, but they're gonna have to spend in order to make it happen, and they're going to have to play perfectly from here on out. If SFU Scarlet get the full cap, I really don't like Tamu's chances.
I already don't really like Tamu's chances, I'm not gonna lie. Jag now swapping over to the Wolverine could be a good change of pace, but again, mirroring up with someone who's been dominating in the lobby may also just be an ego pick.
Also, waiting to see the value from the Storm from Dio. Like, it just really hasn't paid off dividends in the way that you really want it to.
There it is, Feral Leap. And even if we do see Omega Hurricane, Busy Bee has Fate of Both Worlds set up and ready for that ult to come out to nullify it. Anki and company now having multiple swaps. This is looking a lot more confident, but it may be already too late. 2-3 minutes left on the clock, and you have so much to dial back on.
Well, it's got, at the very least going to be a fight win for Tammy Maroon, so they're going to be able to bleed a little bit more time off the clock, get us under that 3-minute mark. We're still kind of in the danger zone if SFU Scarlet are able to find the full cap here, but at the very least they're able to get out of that fight relatively cheap, and they're coming back up on some more ultimates here, so they can rotate these out quite effectively, but it's going to be a matter of, are they going to be able to get the better of these ult fights, which they did before, but they're going to have to do it again.
Everybody but KL and Dio have made initial swaps off of their original picks at the start of this round. A lot of ultimates set up now for SFU Scarlet. They're just waiting for the opportunity to strike. Omega Hurricane still playing the mutually assured destruction game off the hands of the Luna Snow. Ult has not come out yet. At some point, we will have to see its effectiveness, and the time is now. Dio brings out Omega Hurricane. Busy Bee's finally there. Invisible boundary in return. It is a game of stall once again. Jag is there to remove the stall, but luckily, though, there is going to be the resurrect in time. I have Agamotto in return for a Meteor M. Can it find impact through the group wall? The answer is no. All of these ults, and really just for a few meters of space.
Yeah, and Tammy Maroon able to hold on to the last stand and the Meteor M through the tail end of it, and only the Strangling Prison left alive right now for SFU Scarlet, and My being staggered out, forced into a corner there, and will get finally dispatched there. Dies very, very late, and that is free time for Texas A&M Maroon. I'm still kind of nervous about this Storm, though, because we didn't see a whole lot of value from the Omega Hurricane. There's just so many things that can shut this Storm down, whether it's the Endsong Inferno or the Strategist Ults on the other side. It can force some of these resources out, sure, but you're going to need to try and actually strike blood at a certain point. And so far, it just hasn't happened yet. It's been Jag on the Wolverine. It's been finding what he needs to. And a last stand to find it again. And there we go. There's Dio with the cleanup.
Oh my, 3 for Dio. Definitely what you want to see. A straw once again for the Resurrect. Ultimate stacked up. A game of stall now for Texas A&M has worked out well. These ultimates. And look at the invisible boundary. It's going to be the Meteor and the shutdown. Maybe again that Fate of Both Worlds.
All those things, though, that I said that can shut down the Omega Hurricane, they're not online right now. The Endsong Inferno will be online, but again, you're going to be forcing an offensive utility out to try and use it defensively. Strangling Prison comes out. Dio finds an early KO onto Zaps, and now it should be free.
Meteor M does not find any sort of impact, though. Dio is holding on to this Omega Hurricane, and you're absolutely right, CB. You want to use it now before that Fate of Both Worlds comes online, and it might already be too late. It is.
15 seconds left. We're going to be going into an OT push here and still holding on to that Omega Hurricane, but now the Strategist Ults are going to be online for SFU Scarlet, but you can pop it to try and force them to use those. Icy Surfer wants to try and go first with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Double Strategist Ult layering, though. They need to try and make use of the amp. Endsong Inferno going to shut the Sia down, but Estrella dies before Busy Bee can pop the ult.
So much happening at once with a flurry of colors. It's going to be the Fate of Both Worlds, the surviving intact. Nobody goes down in the process. It has been a big game of stall right on this choke point. But guess what? There's a hidden tool in the pockets of Jag. It's going to be the last stand. Yeah, baby. Rip apart that tree. But the tree survives. It's the Giver's Tale. It's going to be a massacre from SFU Scarlet. They've created distance once again. One of them is gone now. That's going to be a strategist. All that's left is Dio and Lacerta. Will it be enough? No time, the portal. Just a pure, straight gateway to a third point. But there's one last attempt. Respawns are out.
Their only hope is Kale Salad with the Meteor M, but the Strangling Prison could just stuff them in the spawn door. Zap's got the last stand, scoops up Chow, and is going to be able to find the KO, and 2 coming down for Mai. It's the last hope. The Meteor M from Kale Salad, praying to God that it finds Pay Dirt, but God can't hear you.
God's silent, but my, here we go again! It's gonna be the kidnap from the air! A straw removes Kale Salad from the equation! More and more SFU Scarlet find their ones! Jag still alive, the Wolverine now homeless! Cow, the different strategists, what can they do? That's the raccoon gone, and soon the invisible woman as well! She's stuck, she's kidnapped, she's fought away, she's trying to survive seconds for the invisible boundary, but dies just as soon as it can be propped up! And there it is, the final seconds away, meters off, 2 left. I have Agamotto out, a desperation play. But the Doctor Strange can't find much. It goes to 0, 3 points for SFU at the last second.
And again, Texas A&M, even when they have the opportunity to, even when they have all the ults they could possibly want and the win condition, they just don't go first. It all starts to snowball when Icy Surfer opens up the point with a Cosmic Yarn amplifier. That's the signal flare that shows that SFU Scarlet want to run Texas A&MU down, and they do just that. They force Texas A&M to play reactively, and even though it feels like it's so good, even though it feels like TAMU Maroon are getting the better of this fight, the last stand from Jag was almost massive, but the sliver of HP for Mai, and that was the last gasp of the ult bank for TAMU Maroon. That doesn't find the kills that it needs, and suddenly there's nothing left, and SFU Scarlet are able to get more cart progress, and there's just nothing left in the tank for TAMU Maroon. There's no space, there's no time, there's no ults, there's no morale. It's just desperation, and desperation does not win maps.
Jag is back on the Wolverine, and I was a gleaming light in the finality of that defense. Do you think now with Jag on that Wolverine, Anki on the Phoenix, that could be enough of a pushing power for this attacking side?
Potentially, but you're still gonna have to worry about zaps on that Wolverine. You know, you can burn down the Groot walls pretty effectively and get a fair bit of damage out from this Phoenix, but you're always gonna have to worry about that lurking Logan and whether or not you're gonna be able to get the better of it. So we're gonna see TAMU Maroon making a couple of adjustments on the attacker side here. Coming out with Lacerda on the Rocket Raccoon, so they're at least gonna have res beacons this time around. Would have been nice to have those on the point A defense, but you know, we got them on the offense.
Hey, I will say, though, Anki was debating about bringing out the Psylocke for this attacking side. It would have been nice to see. I think that could open up so much more for the mid to back line that Texas A&M have desperately struggled with, but unfortunately, we're back to that Phoenix, and I think there's just so much backline damage being brought up to these Vanguards already that it really doesn't add much.
We're seeing a fair bit coming out from TAMU Maroon. They're able to get a good bit of cart progress here, get it at least up to this first corner here, the impossible corner, as some have called it here, but they're one easy KO away from being able to break this one. Zap's not going to find what he needs with the fair. Come back down to earth there. A mag bubble to save him. Nearly dies there, but does still make his presence felt. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier going to come out from Icy Surfer. SFU Scarlet again, they want to go first. This time Lacerda, though, is ready.
Yeah, finally now the ultimates have begun. You mentioned how a lot of cart space has been given to Texas A&M, but however, when the ultimates are out, it's the SFU Scarlet playing for the stall game. Ensong Inferno set up and ready to go. Strangling Prison will be the first to lead the charge. However, everyone stalled up. Would have been the time to use it, but we don't end up seeing it instead. Another Pharaoh Leap leads into a kill for Zaps, but unfortunately Anki is there for the trade. Busy Bee with their own trade has been huge. That's Jag gone, and suddenly, again, just like Convergence, with the loss of your duelist, that's going to be a complete stall for the rest of the team's attack.
But spawn advantage and ult advantage are on TAMU Maroon's side, and they don't actually stagger their Vanguards there. You can see SFU Scarlet were pushed up to try and confirm a KO onto Dio, but they just can't get it. Dio gets a health back, and now the strategists are back, and now TAMU Maroon have the opportunity to try and make a play here.
Oh, great kidnap Pharaoh Leap into a trapping there, but unfortunately, Jag not long for this world. Good resurrect. Meteor M is out. Walls in return, tries to protect their teammates. I think it worked, or maybe that was just a miss, or a combination of the two.
Gonna have the Ensong Inferno from Wix ready to go on deck,
Oh,
but you
Zaps!
don't even need it. Zaps just fine.
Lightning strike! Lightning strike! Lightning strike! Lightning strike! Make that another! Lightning strike!
Yeah, who says it doesn't strike one? Zaps striking for a third, fourth, potentially fifth time, and TAMU Maroon invested so heavily in that fight. I said they had to make a play. They heard me loud and clear, but SFU Scarlet, with only the fate of both worlds, They parry it, and it just blows up in Tamu Maroon's face, and now we're under a minute and a half. We're starting to come back on the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, but Jag needs to try and find something, get the better of this Wolverine exchange. Right now, Zaps, he's him.
Bro, it's been more shocking than licking a battery, and Zaps just keeps it going! What's next, Zaps? What is next for you? What is the impact? There's another Song Inferno. I thought that got a KO. I guess not. Jag does fall. Zaps has been the hero of the show. Wix is there for the follow-ups. Has been great for the annihilation. 50 seconds left on the clock at Texas A&M. There's no distance anymore.
And the opportunities to try and break through this impossible corner may have already come and gone. There's a Strangling Prison and a Meteor M on the other side. Just an easy 1-2 punch if SFU Scarlet want to try and leverage it, and there's no real way that you can absorb it. Your Iron Curtain from Kale Salad is going to have to be perfect. Final Stand coming out, but it's not going to find what it needs. My falls!
My falls. That could be a gateway in. Meteor M doesn't find impact either. Things could be going from bad to worse just now for SFU Scarlet, but they have a time to get back onto the front heel. That's a resurrect out. Texas A&M might be gaining momentum. Meteor M is back out again, but just as they had it, it's going to be SFU Scarlet losing their two top contenders. This could be it now. Could that be point A contention in their favor?
Almost definitely. If they're able to confirm this KO onto Astral, they will be able to get point A, but no, the Strange TP is actually going to come out from Zap, so they're going to have to try and fight for it. Nothing in life is guaranteed. My swapping over to that Daredevil, and we also have a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. A lot is going to come out. Fate of Worlds forced out almost instantly. My falls, but is that going to be enough with the teleporter still hanging above the point like a sword of Damocles?
That's right. I don't know what Damocles means, but it sounds pretty cool. What else is cool are these plays? It's gonna be the Resurrect freaking brought down, and it's just a massacre. Oh God, they have families.
Well, Tamu Maroon, they've got the point now. They've managed to cap point A and bring it over onto point B, and they are at risk of getting a couple of stagger KOs. Look at the health bars up at the top. Astrale is on death's door right now, and Tamu Maroon want to try and kick him on through it. The healing isn't going to be good enough, and Cow finds the cleanup there, and that's something you can't afford if you're SFU Scarlet, especially considering you're still on this awkward composition with Zaps having made the swap over onto the Doctor Strange. He's got the Eye of Agamotto, so sunken cost fallacy perhaps. He wants to hold on to it and make a play with it, and Mai's still on this Daredevil, which didn't really find a whole lot of fruit in that fight, but hey, it was a stagger fight. Maybe homie's got the hands anyway.
Oh my God, I think he does. Zap's not on that anymore. It's going to change the pacing, but not the pressure, and that's something that SFU Scarlet have dominated on throughout the entire series. Song Inferno is out to help out the Daredevil, whittle down that damage. Zaps does fall to the hands of Anki. Not exactly the play that we were expecting to see. Astral does have Meteor M available, and unfortunately it seems that the Song's Inferno may have missed.
Meteor M gonna be coming out from Astrale, but it's just extra. It's just gravy. It's icing on the cake. Letting the devil out is my right now. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier for the overhealth to try and keep Tamu Maroon alive.
Oh my God.
It's gonna get burned down, and Cal might be forced to pop the Fate of both worlds here, and indeed he is, but Jag falls. It's too late to save the Wolverine, and with only a minute left in the time bank, these are losses that Tamu Maroon cannot afford. They need to try and find something, but the KOs just are not going their way.
Oh, but CB, it's a game of stall. Texas A&M, they need to push as much as they humanly can right now, but SFU Scarlet, doesn't matter if they live or die. Well, I mean, it does, but they want to make sure they can just make sure that cart never moves, even if it is a staggered fight. Mai's there to break things up again, make sure a full force can never fully push, but in the process, he goes for a self-sacrifice, and Lacerta takes him down. Luckily, though, Icy Surfer has the respawn beacon. That's going to help out Mai double down and go for the offensive pressure again. Maybe they have to wait out the timer, I don't know. And Song Inferno has been lifted up again for the hands of Anki. Wix the same. Will the Ferns fly? Yes, they will. It is flaming fire any which way we look for the back line.
And Song Inferno coming out from both sides, but Wix strikes right on top of Cow and is going to be able to find the KO. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is the last lease on life that Tamu Maroon have. Eye of Agamotto gets hit with a Carbon Crush, shut down by Dio, but an Amplifier on the other side mean SFU Scarlet have the damage, they've got the overhealth, they've got the point, and they've got this dub. Put it in the bag, my son. And we're going to have a Strange TP coming out. Anki wants to try and fight for this one, but Lacerda is already down. It's going to be a very anemic fight at that, but it's the best hope Tamu have.
It's the best hope they have, but it's a fight nonetheless. Fight to the bitter end, I say! It's the Texas way! But then again, Busy Bee does remove the doppelganger. That's another one gone. Staggering support. It's a Meteor M snipe from hell. It's gonna be Chaos Salad gone, and the Daredevil still exists. Through it all, damage abound! It's SFU Scarlet taking it flawlessly, 3-0.
1, 2, 3.
Cinema. I don't know what more to say about that one. I mean, again, it felt like Tammy Maroon, they started to feel themselves a little bit there in point B. They were starting to take a little bit more initiative and also punishing some of the over-aggression. They got a fair bit of cart progress just off of that KO onto Mai. Even though it gets a res beacon, it's enough for them to break past that first corner, but the time wasn't on their side. They already lost so much time in OT trying to get that first cap onto point A that they just didn't really have what they needed to carry on over to point B. They were constantly behind the 8-ball, and in these old fights where on the defensive side, they were able to get the better of it. They were able to find the frags they needed. They just didn't come this time around when they really, really needed them. Hats off to SFU Scarlet for their flexibility, their willingness to adapt to the situation at hand. And I do also like that Texas A&M decided not to try and go for that hell into more this time around and instead try something a little new to kind of limited success. I like the adaptability, but it just wasn't the right call this time around. And again, the seeming inability and hesitancy to go first in fights where you should have the advantage, I think, came to bite them on several occasions, especially on Yggdrasil.
It was really a death by 1,000 cuts when it came to Texas A&M. They have a lot of great prowess and a lot of great teammates, but unfortunately, it was just the malleability, like you mentioned, CB, that works out so well for a team like SFU Scarlet. They just, at every point, they had the right counterplays, and they were willing to just completely switch up their strategies to always make sure that their enemy team started from square one.
And SFU Scarlet, you know, we do have to talk about how good they look coming out of this because it's nearly flawless. In fact, it is flawless if you look at just the map score. But, you know, we can pretend Cradle didn't happen. We can pretend that that wasn't a dominant showing for Texas A&M Maroon, but it's the only real dominant showing that TAMU had. It was all SFU Scarlet basically from there on out. And they come out of this with a pretty strong record and look poised to take that number 4 spot, if not higher, when it comes to the standings here. Let me actually see who SFU Scarlet plays next week. Going to be going up against Fresno State, which is one of the lower standing teams right now, actually. So SFU Scarlet are poised to finish off with, I believe, a 5-2 record if they are able to get the win on that one. Yeah, not bad, and definitely will cement themselves in the upper echelon of our standings, unless Fresno State pulls something out that we've never seen before. But going based off of the numbers, I gotta say, my bets are on SFU.
Yeah, I mean, SFU, they've looked one of the most confident teams we've seen so far in this division, and I gotta say, we have seen some wild things in the past. Maybe there will be an upset, but SFU, they have the momentum. It's hard to let go of it, and I don't think they will.
Especially, well, I mean, they're not going to let go of it of their own accord. Someone is going to have to pry it away from them, and there are some tough customers in this division that potentially could, but there's only one more week of action coming up, and that Fresno State match, that's going to be the last one that we see for SFU. For Texas A&M Maroon, I don't know if their playoff hopes are still alive after this point, but both Group A and Group B in Division 1 are about as tight as it could possibly get. We saw a Map 5 banger earlier on today, just fighting for their very survival, and we also witnessed an execution on this one. Another team fighting for their survival and having their survival cut out from underneath them by a more dominant team.
Absolutely. But with that being said, it's hard to believe, but we got to go back to our cryostasis. Funded nothing but meat sticks the whole way.
It's unfortunate. Last time I went into cryostasis, I came back out with a different hair color. We'll see what color it comes out next time.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see. Once again, thank you so much, NECC, for having us on. Extron by Blue White, you guys are amazing as well. Wenzel's Farm, thank you for homing us here for your farming facilities. We love the cows. They are amazing creatures. And with that being said...
And they taste delicious.
And they taste delicious. That's why cows are the best animals. There's no downsides to them, other than the methane sometimes, but they're delicious and they're very petable. And speaking of which, though, we are going to have to go into our cryostasis chamber. That's it for us this week. Thank you so much for watching, everybody, and we'll see you soon.